Okay. I think we're good. Third time lucky. What a way to start the stream. All before I've even had coffee in the morning. I do not need these technical issues. I think we're good. How are we looking? We're looking good. Do we have no dropped frames? No dodgy ass shimmer shakiness? No artifacting? I think we're good. Bitrate is doing loopy loops though. Oh god. Right, well, we'll give it a minute. We'll just let it sit and let it chill for a minute. Oh god. This is why sometimes building your own PC is not the best solution. As much as people bash on pre-builts, the one thing that pre-builts tend to do pretty well is just work. When you start building your own PC, it doesn't matter how good you are at building PCs. For some reason, something will go crazy. NVIDIA graphics card, yes. I've updated drivers. I've done the whole shebang. I know why it was happening. I know why it was happening. I just don't know how to stop it from happening. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll give it a minute to to find its feet. But what I was going to start talking about before my computer decided to die on us was there's a very strong likelihood that we'll get a PTR today. I feel. I think there's a very strong likelihood we'll get a PTR today. It's usually Thursdays to when stuff comes out. Now it's probably the fact that it's Black Friday, Thanksgiving might have a telltale. But I think Blizzard are now going to be really quite eager to get us a PTR in our hands. And yeah, I am too. I want to play some new zones. I need some new stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to end up going and playing other games again. Because 915, there's really not anything that's keeping me in 915. Is the honest truth. I mean, I can always find ways to keep myself busy in the game, and of course, I have mini projects on the go for the purpose of YouTube. But the game itself is I need something new to do. I genuinely need something new to do. I keep looking at other games and going, ooh, that looks good. Ooh, that looks good. I was playing, believe it or not, crazy as it sounds, I was actually running Torghast yesterday. I did say I took a day off, didn't I? Yeah, I might have lied a little bit. I played the game a bit yesterday. I was playing Torghast, and I was like, wow, Blizzard, you really could have done... now, whoa, I didn't touch anything. What's all the beeping? Why are we beeping? That was me beeping, boys and girls. It wasn't you, relax. What can I possibly have plugged into USB that's causing it to beep? I don't know. We'll go back. Anyway, I was doing some Torghast. I was running some Torghast, and I was like, oh, they really could have made this into an incredibly good roguelite. And then it got me thinking, right, well, who are the big boys out there that do roguelites? And I'd heard somebody say Hades is pretty good. And so I did a Google and looked at it on Steam and looked at the trailer for it. I was like, oh my god, this looks so good. And this is what happens every time I look at another game at the moment. I'm like, it's like holding a piece of candy out for a kid, Just want to take it. But Hades looked pretty good. I have this weird desire to play Satisfactory as well. I'm a big factory building kind of guy. I love Factorio. I love Dyson Sphere. Is it program or project? I could never remember. And Satisfactory is the one on the list that I've never really paid too much attention to. And I've always said I'll play Satisfactory at some point. But I know Satisfactory is a game that if I start playing it, bang, there we go. 200 hours disappeared, gone. So I've got to be careful of that as well. I'm on the all the things grind at the moment. I'm going to try and get as much of the easier Shadowland stuff done before 9.2. Yeah, I mean, all the things is the it is it's relatively well known and believed now that if you are to get into collection mode, you will always have something to do, because it's borderline impossible for anybody to actually collect everything. Rare spawns, yeah, next update they push out, if you don't already. Select clean install in the experience app. Might help, might not, but worth a try. Yeah, it's a new graphics card as well, which is slightly concerning me that it's doing these things, because the last thing I need to be dealing with is trying to RMA a graphics card nowadays. And I do not want to have to put my old graphics card back in. I don't think this graphics card's faulty, I just think I'm pushing it to its limits a little bit too hard. I think it's entirely my fault. I've not, like, heavily overclocked it, but I do tweak and play around with these things a little bit. Anyway, I think it's had a few minutes to relax. I think it might be doing its thing all right now. Should we check the mailbox, see if we sold anything? There may be some juicy stuff in here. 1.2 mil. 1.2 mil will do. Anything that's not a Lego. Arctic helm. Oh, 400 gold. I don't care. That's it. If you, I really should diversify a bit further. Okay, sure. I also found another cool little website. I found a funky little website the other day. Let me see if I can show it to you. Let me see if it loads. Let me make sure it doesn't. Yeah. We found this. Data for Azeroth. Oh my god. Oh my god. We found basically all the things in web form. This is see, people love to chase a leaderboard, right? People love a leaderboard. This is literally leaderboard cocaine. There's a leaderboard for everything, and it's wild. 1.2 mil, yeah, overnight sales, yeah. So this is where we can now for me, of course, we're looking at things like recipes. I love me some recipes. Hang on, can we do like character rankings for recipes? I don't know how this website works. Alright, recipes. Not to mention it also shows you all of the stuff that you don't have. Let's do not collected only. So there's still 162 pages of uncollected stuff. There are 7,619 obtainable recipes apparently, because there's a whole bunch of them that are unobtainable. Now I have 5,504 of them. I thought I'd have had more than that, you know, but apparently I don't. You talked a few months ago about diving into selling pets. Do you not fancy giving that a go in this quiet period? I want to readdress the pet selling shenanigans at some point. That is true. Like I said, I've got plenty of little mini projects that I'm working on that can keep me occupied with World of Warcraft. But it's I want these mini projects to be, you know, the side hustle. I want to actually have a good amount of fun playing the game primarily, and it's especially difficult when there's other games out there that are looking attractive for me to play at the moment. The mini projects need to be the side hustle for, you know, when you just want to, like, ultimately gold making should be the side hustle, right? You should be enjoying playing the game and you should make gold on the side to to facilitate your enjoyment of playing the game. That's the way I've always looked at it. I tend to go off the deep end a little bit with that, in terms of I almost make gold making the reason I play the game. But I like I said, I still want it to be the side hustle. I want to have a good time playing the game. There's just nothing to do right now. I'm literally redoing the same thing. In fact, that's a lie. That's a massive lie. There's huge amounts of stuff to do. But there's not huge amounts of stuff that I really am interested in doing. Because obviously, yes, I could get into Mythic Plus. I could get into raiding, and I could start PvPing. I could do all the end game stuff. It doesn't really appeal to me. That's the thing. The stuff that appeals to me, I've kind of, I feel as if I'm just redoing the same stuff again. I missed out on nearly all of the last BFA patch. Got Fallout 76, then Borderlands 3 came out, and then played Fallout 4 again. Yeah. Well, I played New World for a month, and unfortunately, I just can't. I can't pick up New World again at the moment because it is an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, I keep track of all the information with New World, and every time I see a tweet from the devs, a patch update, like they seem to fix 3 things by breaking 4 things, and it's just so frustrating to see that the game is just an absolute dumpster fire at the moment. And I love it. It's really fun to play, but it's impossible to be in that MMO mindset when every week something is completely different or something is completely broken this week. I need to give New World 6 months to sort its shit out, and then I'll go back and have an absolute blast. I don't want to destroy my enjoyment for the game because the game is so broken right now. We'll go back to New World at some point, but I just can't be playing it right now. It's just too broken. I equally said, I've said this many times, I don't need a second MMO in my life in the first place. New World could quite easily be that. But more importantly, I don't want to be devoting huge amounts of time to a game that is just in a bad state. Give them 6 months, they can fix some shit, and then we'll go and have a look at it again. Is my viewpoint on New World. But like I was saying, there's a bunch of games on my radar that are not even within this genre. Like I said, Hades is one that I'm really interested in picking up and playing. I've never really delved deep into a proper true roguelite, and by the looks of things, it seems to be one of the best ones. They gave people 200,000 coins or more. Yeah, see, this is it. Like New World the devs were giving players coin as like a consolation for the fact that something else had been broken, and they broke giving players coin, so ended up giving some players like hundreds of thousands of coin. And it's like, oh, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden, people clean out the trading posts. There was nothing in the trading post because people have bought it all. Literally, it only takes one fuck up like that to just break things. And I don't know how New World are coping with it right now, but it's it's an interesting one. We sold a shadow lace cord apparently. Right. Well, either way, no ranting about New World, because ranting is never constructive. Let's get a cancel scan on Legos, if nothing else, on this realm, and then we'll check the other realms. They seem to have rushed into the release. I don't think they've rushed into the... Well, there is an element of that, that's for sure, but a lot of people have also turning around and saying they're like, it's, oh, well, they're just a new development team and whatever, but what people also don't realise is that Amazon literally cherry-picked some of the best developers on the planet to make this game. Because guess what Amazon does have? Amazon happens to have lots of money. So they were able to go out there and buy the best. So their dev team is not a bunch of amateurs. They're a bunch of incredibly experienced game developers. The issue is I think there was some tweets that went out not so long ago talking about how the game system and platform is built, and the problem is that the foundation that New World is built on is not really all that solid, which means they end up changing one thing. It's the butterfly effect, right? They change one thing in one corner of the game, and it breaks three things in the other corner of the game because the foundation that the game is built around is a little bit rocky. Now, once they get to smooth all of those kind of like ridiculousness out, it should be good, but that is something that just takes time. And the problem is they're trying to do it whilst the game is also up and running, which, yeah, games going into release way before you know what they should have probably done. Now, I hate to say this, is that they should have just, met people's expectations a little bit better with the game. Instead of going full on, right, it's ready, we're going to release it, just go into, like what many games do. They just go into an extended beta mode for the game, where the game is basically available. You pay half the price for the game. I don't particularly like games that do this early bird sort of we'll develop it as we go kind of thing, but some game companies have made it work. Factorio is one that was in early access for years. Literally years Factorio was in early access. And by the time Factorio released 1.0, like they actually decided, right, this game is ready to be, a true actual release. They were basically done with the game. That they didn't release it until the game was actually finished. Since they've released it, there's been very minor updates and tweaks and stuff, but nothing major, to the point where they're working on an expansion now. And that's kind of how a good example of how you can release an early access game and it not completely fall on its ass. But of course, Factorio is a game that is very, very different to New World MMO. Like I said, we'll give New World 6 months and then we'll go back and we'll have a look again. I've still got my character. He's I think he's about 1 bar away from being level 60 as well, actually. I think the last time I logged in, I was 59 and a bit. And I was like, oh, I could just push to 60. But I knew that as soon as I hit 60, there wasn't, the game was a bit broken from there on. So I never bothered. His trade skills are pretty good, though. This is one thing they've also changed in the last few days in New World. They've completely broken the XP gains needed to level up your trade skills. So the one area of the game that did heavily interest me, they've completely dumpster broken that. So yeah, we'll go back to New World in 6 months when it's in a better state. But this is why I'm hoping we can get a patch 9.2 PTR. I love PTR season. PTR season for me is the best time because it gives me an opportunity to go dive in, see everything that's new, and it gets me excited for the game. That's what I want. This is why I'm really eager to see a PTR. More importantly, because I know that we'll get a PTR and then there's at least, I want to say 8 to 12 weeks of PTR cycle before the patch will even go live. So at this point, we are nearly in December now. We're nearly in December. A 12-week PTR testing cycle would give us a early March release date for 9.2. Won't come out this week, or, well, we don't know. We don't know. They said, I mean, I don't think that, well, let's put it this way. Most people at Blizzard are actually on holiday this week. So the likelihood of it coming out this week is pretty slim. But the only other alternative is it then won't come out for a whole new week, another week. So it's almost as if they'd be delaying the PTR for 2 weeks for the sake of 1 week's worth of holiday, which, you know, is very kind of, I mean, that's way too casual for a company of Blizzard's size to do, I think. They said it won't be coming out until after the Thanksgiving break. It was a blue post. Either way, I want it in my hands now. Give it to me. Impatient? Oh yeah, of course. 1 major content patch in 12 months. Really impatient. Thank God I don't pay for this game with real money. Somebody else pays for it, and I'm happy about that.
My inventory is full.
My inventory is full. I've got some weak-ass coffee this morning. This isn't my full, normal, regular coffee, and I can tell the difference. I ran out of my regular coffee. Looked in the coffee pot, no coffee. I was like, ah. So I had to dig out some random trash coffee I had in the drawer, which is not good. It's definitely not as good. I'm a bit of a coffee snob. I like my good coffee, and I pay out the nose for good coffee. Doing the PTR so I can answer questions on changes. I always chuckle when I get moaned at after because it ends up being different. They choose to never read, but it could change as the PTR. It's a conundrum that I deal with every PTR cycle. That how much do I report? Because playing the PTR on stream, sure, it's fine. Answering questions on stream, I think is fine. But how much of it do I convert into YouTube content? Because the way that YouTube works is that if I put out, say for example, because I thought about doing this, like we saw all the new mounts, for example. And I thought about doing a video on all of the new mounts. But then I suddenly realised, well, this is only the very first PTR. There's going to be even more. And even telling people about the new materials and some of the new patterns that are on the PTR and stuff, it kind of feels like, well, if for whatever reason that yeah, some of the prices are a bit crazy. If for whatever reason one of the videos that I do in the early stages of the PTR somehow manages to get caught up in the YouTube algorithm and then gets presented to everybody when the patch goes live, I'm basically, you know, unless it's funny, right? Because people then, like, they'll be keyboard warrioring once the content's out, saying, where's this isn't in the game, and I'm like, well, just for the love of God, look at the date when the video was released, right? This video's, if you're watching the video in 4 months time and you're watching what I try to clearly label as PTR videos. I put Shadowlands PTR in the title. It's difficult. It's difficult. And I've had this before where a video that, like, for example, in 9.1, before 9.1 went live, sorry, when patch 9.1 went live, one video on my channel that got really popular really quickly was my very, very first look at legendaries in patch 9.1 from the early days of the PTR, where we didn't really know any of the answers. And for some reason that video took off in YouTube's algorithm, and I got so many comments on that video just like asking like X, Y, and Z, which all of the answers I'd question, all of the questions I had answered in a far more recent video anyway. But for some reason, that one video got you know, caught up in the YouTube algorithm and was the one that it was showed to everybody. It's just the way that YouTube works, and it's why I wrestle with, well, how much of this PTR info should I really talk about, and how long do I wait to determine that something is actually going to be in the, you know, and they're not going to pull the rug out from under us in, you know, with 10 minutes to go before the patch launches. How are we doing, Crunchy? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Hope your reset day went well. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Yesterday marked the 14th year I've been together with my now wife. It wasn't our wedding anniversary yesterday. It was, you know, we're still old school. We note down the date that we got together even. So yeah. Been married 5 years though. Together for 14. Yes, we took a long time to get married. Ooh, what we selling? What we selling? Shadowgast ring, rank 6. It's crazy to think I looked at 87,000 gold and I thought, oh, that's cheap. I mean, it's obviously not, but it's on the lower end of what the prices would be right now. It's almost as long as WoW's history. Yeah, my first baby, World of Warcraft, was 2 when I got together with. 3 even. I don't know. Either way, it was a toddler. Hang on, what's going on with this number? This isn't the right number. Where's half my gold gone? Oh, have I put 5 mil in the bank? I have. Aha, that's why. Woohoo! I thought I lost I lost me some gold then, but it's fine. No, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. She's been there through WoW's highs and lows, yeah. What event do you track for the anniversary? I mean, let's not go there. Reset day was good, but I gave up on auction house battles. There were 2 people who posted exactly the same time, one for cloth, one for leather. Swear it's the same person. Got fed up with the cancel scan game, so caught up on renown. See, what's really funny for me is now, in a weird way, I make more gold during the week than I do on reset day now, because the competition's there on Wednesday, and for the rest of the week it's kind of not so much there, which I think is quite amusing. My auctions can casually sell out during the rest of the week. Make most on Sundays. Yeah, the last couple of Sundays have been really good for me as well, actually. Yes. But we're still keeping track on a good amount of daily sales as average, so waiting for the day the goblins start quitting on Shadow Moon. One day. I think a realm of that size though is kind of it's just too big, which kind of means that it doesn't matter if some of them quit. Then at the same time some of them quit, their place will just be taken straight away. It's like Taron Mill and Kazakh and Draenor, all of those big realms that people just competition will always be there, I think. One thing that I should check is 1800 Korthite crystals. Ironically, this is becoming less the bottleneck again. The bottleneck is being stupid heavy callous hide. Stupid heavy callous hide. 500 gold a piece for this stuff again. What patch are we in now? This is not patch 9.0. Where's callous hide on my list? See, Skinners! Skinners! Where are my skinning bots when I need them? Fuck's sake. How am I meant to make leatherworking legendaries with no leather? Literally no leather. Tempted still to buy out some of these. Because once again, it falls into the category of that, well, I'd rather buy them so that my competition doesn't have them. Should be loads of leather put up today. Corthia dailies have good skinning quests. I hope so. I hope so. Although I'm not doing too bad for Lego. Although, no surprises, the ones that I'm running low on are leatherworking ones. Because all of mine are selling on the basis that nobody else is able to recraft. And look at the profits on some of these. Even with my outrageously priced Corthite crystals, there's still mad profit on these. But I physically can't craft them because there's no piss in leather. Alright, fine. Well, I've got some Corthite crystals. 1,300 to me is considered some. I would like more than that. 1,300 is what, 30 legendaries? Roughly. There's a shortage of leather in general. Damn. Why is it when I change to mining? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with these ridiculous heavy callous hide and callous hide prices, if I had an active skinner and was, you know, in the mindset of doing farming on this realm, I mean, I could be making an absolute killing right now. Heavy callous hide at 500 gold a piece is like literally a skinner's dream. Especially when callous hide is the same price. Even your flipping desolate leather is, you know, 4 gold a piece still. Wow. Wow. Less than 50k to basically reset desolate leather market on this realm. Oh god. Where's heavy desolate leather? 40 gold a piece. How much of this do I have? I'm almost ready to start squirreling away some of the materials that do exist, so that one day I might just go hyper aggressive on this realm. Like hyper aggressive, because there's blatantly nobody out there farming, meaning if I buy all the materials I'm pretty safe. I'll probably shoot myself in the foot doing that, but I'll have a couple of good days of ridiculous sales. People are posting enchanted heavy callous hides at 800 gold a piece. Pre-crafted, you know, that averages out at less than 400 gold a piece, which is cheaper than what, you know, the actual heavy callous hide sells for right now. I don't know. I'll worry about that another day. The luxury of having a lot of gold. You can pick and choose when you buy your materials and when you do your restock. Because you see cheap materials, you just buy them all. Let's move on to another realm where we've got our restock done over here. I really wish this coffee would kick in. I've still got a headache, which is not good. Let's go check this one real quick. Ore and cloth are sort of returning to some sort of normality, but callous hide in particular is crazy. There's a 20%, like, they've increased the drop rate of Callous Hide as well. It's blatantly obvious, right, that when the economy is left 100% in the hands of players, people don't do it, which is mad. Yet the second all the bots turn up again, people start complaining, oh, there's so many bots, I can't make gold anymore. Well, where were you for the last 3 months when I needed leather? I don't mind though. It's all good fun. It's all good fun. Haha! I've noticed this a lot actually. People have started buying out all my low-level legendaries. All the rank 1s that like, most of the rank 1s, 2s and 3s, I just dumpster them to get them sold. People have started trying to reset markets in rank 1s on Torin Mill. I'm like, are you mad? I mean, sure, buy 5 of my low-level legendaries so that they disappear. No problems, because I've got another 10 of them in the bank. I'm happy to get rid of them. I just don't understand people's mindset of doing this right now. People are... Maybe there's just that... Because look, people are buying out, like, all of my low-level stuff. Do you think it's worth getting into Legendary? Yeah, absolutely. We're only halfway through the expansion. Legendaries aren't going anywhere. We already know that there's going to be a new rank of Legendary in 9.2. We're going to be able to craft up to rank 7. Presumably there'll be something else on top of that, I would guess. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Loads of gold to be made in it. Be aware, though, like, legendaries are something that you are going to have to babysit, though. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. You can get very rich from it, but you do have to put the time and the effort in to make it work. Without doubt in my mind, it's the most... it's the most ridiculous gold-making method that's in the game right now, short of boosting. But even boosting isn't actually all that lucrative for most. Boosting is actually really... The people that make all of the money with boosting are the people that, you know, organise the boosts, not the people that do the boosting, which is odd, but sure. My threshold of reset is if the price is less than the vendor mats and there's only one piece except mine. I don't know about buying out 5 though. Yeah, there's some people out there who are just buying up like multiple of my low level like rank 1s, 2s, 3s and whatever from like back in the day. And the thing is I've been continuously posting those every single day, knowing full well that even posting them way below crafting cost, they don't really sell. So whoever's choosing to buy them all out in the hope that they will resell them is going to be disappointed. But luckily they're not, you know, they're not risking too much gold. They're, you know, they're buying them out for 400 or 500 gold a piece off me. I mean, at that price, I mean, if you lose, you lose. You can see I've still got loads of like these are all ranks 1s, 2s and 3s. In fact, I've not actually got that many anymore. Where's LST? Yeah, look, we've not got many more now. We're down to only 32 rank 1s left, 10 of which are Grimvale Sandals, 9 Shadowghast Pauldrons and 7 Shadowghast Arm Guards. I can't give those away. Rank 2s, we've still got more than we need. Bunch of bone shattery stuff. And an awful lot of Shadowghast at rank 2. And equally, you can't skip straight to rank 5 and 6. But you can kind of, you can almost do it, but only when the price of the Vestige of Origins is cheap enough. You could, because of course, once you've unlocked rank 2, instead of making a rank 2, you can craft a rank 2 with a Vestige of Origins, and that will make you a rank 4, which then is something that is far more likely to sell and sell profitably to help you level up. You either need to start leveling or you need to resync your data ASAP. Most of your slots are still rank 1 according to LST. Everything's rank 4. I've maxed everything. I did wonder what those little letters were next to the things. I didn't know what they meant. I've not done a restock on this realm. I've not even logged on to the characters that craft these, though, for a while. Because I'm not paying 1,000 gold each for Corthite crystals. It's mental. Then you've just not sent data from your crafter to your banker in months. No, I probably haven't. I probably haven't. I'm kind of looking forward to the bubble bursting, though, on these big realms with the Corthite crystals. There's no way they're going to stay at 1,000 gold apiece for too long. People buying the Corthite crystals at that price are making so little on the legendaries that they sell as well. LST has known what ranks you can craft for almost a year. I mean, it's probably been. I've maxed out my legendaries on Turin Mill. I've probably had them maxed for a few months, and I probably haven't synced data between them since then. And it's quite genuinely been a few months. Right, let's also grab out anything that's missing. 5 more of all of these low-level stuff. If somebody wishes to buy them all to reset, then that's they're going to be mighty annoyed when I post 5 more. But that's their problem, not mine. Yeah, you can see all of these above max price, posting at max. Because most of these I post them. See, look at my auctioning for 210 Shadowgast Helm. Look at my actual operation prices. Minimum price 252, maximum price 342. Crafting cost nearly 10,000 gold. It's because my auctioning operations for these are set by the market value. Which, of course, on a realm of this size is just toasted. 360 gold. Just vendor them at that point. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing by listing them at this price. I don't care. If somebody else feels that they can... I'd rather give somebody the opportunity to flip them than, you know, for me to just vendor them. Seems silly vendoring them. If they can be used by somebody, then they can have them. we've how's this possible? How have we been losing gold on this realm? Genuinely, how's that even possible? I've not done a restart. Oh, what did I buy the other day? Didn't I buy? Yeah, I bought a metric ton of materials. That'd be why. I was like, oh, what's going on here? And yeah, shadow gas ingots. We bought like 1 million gold of shadow gas ingot. You watch, they'll be even cheaper now. Where's shadow gas ingot? So no, see, 85 gold a piece now. Shadow gas ingots. Buying them all at 50 gold a piece was definitely worth. I want to level off meta legendaries in preparation for 9.2, but the cost of leveling them is so high without any profits for lower ranks in sight. Yeah. There's now is let me preface this. Now is not the best time to be leveling legendaries. The best time to be leveling legendaries was late in patch 9.1 because Corthite crystals were like basically free. The problem is now is that the floodgates have been opened and Corthite crystals have become the bottleneck material again. Until they opened the floodgates on Soul Ash and Soul Cinders, it was Soul Cinders which was the bottleneck for people to craft their legendaries. Now that restriction's been removed, the bottleneck is actually Corthite crystals. But I once again, I reiterate a simple theory of the only thing you should ever power level is rank 1. You should only power level rank 1. Because you've got no other choice but to, right? You've got no other choice but to craft 15 rank 1s, so you might as well just do it. Everything above that, though, you can be strategic with what you craft. But certainly don't go into legendaries without a pretty tasty stockpile of gold already. But like I said, if you put the time, legendaries is one of those, right? It's people see the gold that people make with legendaries and they're like, "Ooh, I'll have a bit of that." But what they equally don't realize is that the people that are making silly gold with legendaries right now have put the time and the effort in to get to that point. You have to go through that grind initially that takes a long ass time of leveling up your legendaries and recuperating the cost from doing so. Once you've done that grind, then it's plain sailing and then you start making the millions. But that period of time, you will never ever see an increase in your gold total. If anything, your gold will go down until you finish leveling them. Right, I think we're going to quit that one though. We'll move on to... Let's see if we sold anything on Draenor. Cost of doing business, I guess. Yeah, for sure. And this is what I consider like the lower level stuffs. It's just a cost of doing business. If you want to give yourself the opportunity to sell rank 5s and 6s, you've got to take a bit of a risk at the beginning. Ooh, everything's about to expire. Within an hour, everything expires. Okay. Some Corthite crystals and a few bits and pieces. Alright, fine. We're, the graph is going to look very spiky on Draenor, because every time we sell some stuff, we're going to buy some stuff, and then we're going to try and sell some more stuff, and then we're going to buy some stuff. This is going to be the graph for a while, but we could probably do with a restock on Draenor maybe before we get too deep into anything, because this is the realm that I'm focused on now. My other realms are just on autopilot. Below min, posting at min everywhere. Oh, these are enchants. I don't care about enchants. That's fine. We should probably also utilize the fact that these prices are a bit wild right now. That'll do. That'll do. Oh, hang on. Some Death Blossom. Get that out there as well. Right, let's load up this one. Nope, relax. This one. Let's see how quickly we can spend that 50k then. Let's see if we can spend that 50k and turn it into some crafted stuff. Oh, hang on. What? My main account? My main account is ran out? Sure. Gonna kick me out now, isn't it? Yeah. Draenor. Let's see what a restock is. Oh, we might unlock 200 and 230 gear on this dude today, actually. Give us a bunch more stuff to craft and sell. Although 50k won't get us very far at all. 50k won't get us very far at all. Crafting that sort of stuff. Those crafters marks are going to be expensive. My my token command is bust. What is the token prices right now? I mean, it's outrageously high on 320 something gold. 326 in the EU. Ouch. 326 in the EU. 208 in the NA. Damn. 115,000 gold more expensive to play the game in the EU. 115,000 gold. 60% more expensive than the NA. 60% more expensive to play the game in the EU. That's outrageous. Oh well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Deal with it, that's what you're going to have to do. Right, let's Let's do a restock on, what are we? We're a leatherworker and a tailor. Restock those. Boom! There goes our 50k then. 36,000 gold crafting cost. Let's get that on the go then. Gathering. Task list. Nope, that's the wrong way. Go around this way. Right, what do we need? Number of thread. Loads of the stuff. Nope, not you. Is it you?
My wares are second to none. Until next time.
Number of thread times lots. Are we out of gold? Oh my days. Okay. Haha! Haha, that was unexpected. Send... What's that character name? I wish I could learn these character names. Some Doritos have, I don't know, 5,000 gold.
Always in stock. Thank you for your patronage.
Now we need to make some crafters marks. Need mats, need mats, need mats. Okay. Callous hide, 11 callous hide. Buy some materials. Callous hide, 11. We also need desolate leather, 3,061. We need a single heavy callous hide. 1. We need 355 lightless silk. Uh, 327 pallid bones. Uh, 469 shrouded cloth. And a single twilight bark. This one of these sells twilight bark.
For every occasion. Come visit me again.
Sold one for 328,000 gold the other day. Mate will always buy me a token each year for Christmas. Oh, nice. That's a good Christmas present. Right, the probability of that actually being all the materials we need is slim though, because these crafters marks, there's always a miscalculation on what's needed for these. Who's killing my auction house dudes? Somebody's attacking Booty Bay again. Oh, it was asking me to craft heavy desolate leather. Ugh, that's gross. I don't like doing that. Alright, sure, fine. I wasn't planning on after. Was the difference between desolate leather and heavy desolate leather that worth? Oh boy, 62 gold for heavy desolate leather. Oh, well, it's actually not that different. Oh god, why did I not just, okay, can we hold fire? 300 heavy desolate leather. No, because that's like all our gold. Alright, fine. We will live with our decision. Which wasn't really our decision, it was TSM's, but fine. Oh, actually, most of that is going to go into making these drums. Well, let's make all of the gear first then, and then we'll come back and craft that stuff. In theory, this is just recrafting what we've sold over the last few days, because we did a restock a couple of days ago. Remaking all 3 of these comfortable riders bardings. Sold 3 for an average of 427 gold. Doubled our money on them, sure. We'll come back to those drums. Why is it telling me to make 20 lightless silk pouches? Did I really sell all of them? I think that's a lie. Is TSM lying to me again? No, it's not. Okay, sure. Alright. Oh, I've just noticed we are exactly 80 reputation away from being able to craft 230 gear. Maybe we'll make a quick trip over to Corthia and snag that. We're still 4,000 rep away with Death's Advance, so that's not coming anytime soon. Although we have got rep buffs at the moment, so it might be worth putting some effort into it. What's the command again to set LST restock quantity for individual ranks? I forget. So do I. LST... No, I can't remember. I can't remember. I always forget it as well. There we go, the man himself. Now, I should be selling these lightless silk pouches, but I'm actually very tempted to use a bunch of them. No, let's just sell them. It's fine. Now I've bought all this desolate leather, I really need to do something with it. I wasn't expecting to have to make 92 drums. Let's send... Let's get those over there. We can get those listed. While those are being listed, we can craft up this heavy desolate leather. There we go. Right, so Yoink. Nice day for fishing. I mean, it wasn't particularly a nice day for fishing for me. Goddamn cold outside. Taking the dogs out earlier. They were they didn't care obviously, but it was chilly. How cold was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it was snowing the other day, so I'm guessing less than 0. I didn't look at the thermometer, but it was quite chilly. Okay, right, these are going to take a couple of minutes. What does my phone say? My phone will tell me what the temperature is. It's not that bad yet. You can tell it's coming though. Yeah, it's actually okay. Well, it's got a little bit warmer. It's now like 4 degrees as well. Had to battle 10 centimeters of snow on my way to work this morning on my bicycle. People who ride bikes in the snow, I have to question their sanity, because you're gonna fall off and die. Like, quite riding a bike is dangerous enough in the first place, but in the snow, I'm just asking to fall off and die. I see the people that still like, because behind my house there's a massive, great big cycle path that goes for miles all the way into the middle of the city. And now people, even in the snow and the ice, still absolutely blast down there on their pedal bicycles. And I'm like, you are mental. You are going to die. A squirrel is going to jump out of a tree, get caught up in your wheel, and you are going to die. Started to get a bit chilly in Portugal. Portugal doesn't get chilly. If it gets to single digits, you're like, ooh, it's cold. Portugal doesn't get need a house in Australia for the winter. Well, that's the other solution, I suppose. Yeah. Behind my house is a big psychopath. A cycle path. You have to be a psychopath to use the cycle path at this time of year. Cold in London, about 3 degrees. Look at us being all British talking about the weather. That's all we do. For reference, there is not a psychopath behind my house. At least I don't believe. Don't believe there is. Look what I started. Causing chaos, Derp. Causing absolute chaos. Right, this lot is listed. We have 20 minutes, 25 minutes until all of these cancel off and expire. Let's do... I can't be bothered to make all of these drums. So let's just craft what we have here now. And then let's jump over to our Jewel Crafter Blacksmith and see what damage we can do on that. There's always that one nutter jogging in shorts and t-shirt. Yeah, it's true actually. Yeah, bored already. Right, let's send those over. No, they don't want to send. Of course they don't. Let's check what we need for jewel crafting and blacksmithing. Restock. Oh! Big numbers. Big numbers. Outrageous levels of profit. Indicates broken level of profit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Novice crafters marks. 3 of each. I think not. I think not. Groups. Blacksmithing. Novice is 87, right? 3? No, 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 no. We do not make 3 of those. We make 1 of those. Relax, TSM. Relax. Nor do I think we make 5 of those. And 3 of those. Oh, we might do. We might do. Right, let's try that again then. Change things. Reload to make sure the changes stick. If the dudes in Zereth Mortis have decided to put chests up in trees, I won't be impressed. Yeah, I don't want any more climbing trees for flipping birds' nests. No, you're right. I wonder if they're going to do something similar. I wonder if they're going to make... It pains me to think that they might just have copy-pasted Korthia with Zereth Mortis. I'm hoping they don't. I'm really, really hoping they don't, but... Alright, let's try that restock again. No more than 1 of things. Bunch of weight stones, sharpening stones, leystrite skeleton keys. Don't think we need to make quite so many of these. Although we'll consider our options in a minute. And a bunch of all of this. Okay. Yeah, okay. We need... Okay. Sure. Right. That's a sizable list of things to get going with, for sure. Let's, Alright, fine. We will get flying. We already know that we're going to get flying in Zereth Mortis, but what we don't know is when we will get flying in Zereth Mortis. I would imagine we will be exploring on foot for at least a couple of weeks. Because Blizzard loves to, you know, loves to make it difficult for you so that they get a pat on the back for when they make it easy for you. Yep, we'll get to fly there, but how long will it take us to unlock flying? That's the question. How we doing, Lyeth? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Right, anything here? Nope. Right, let's Right, what do we need? Materials, materials, all the materials. So, it's telling us to buy Anger's Eyes, and Oroblas, and Umbriel. I mean, that is not happening. Absolutely not happening. We need a bunch of leystrite ore, though. Please be cheap. 6 gold a piece. Not exactly what I'd call cheap, but it will do. By 1,000 at a time until we run out of gold. What are we crafting? Well, we've started doing some basic crafting on Draenor now. We're not really exactly what I'd call super wealthy over here yet, but we've got enough gold to be making the basic stuff. At least while we unlock, you know, 200, 230 gear, that sort of stuff. So basically, we're crafting anything that Trade Skill Master tells us is profitable. Is the plan of action so far. If TSM tells us it's profitable, we're going for it. And I'm using my Patreon profile as a bit of a test run to make sure that my Patreon profile does what I expect it to do for people. Secondly, just because, you know, it's almost a one button, just press and go. Lazy was complaining that you have to have blacksmithing alchemy combo to get cheaper marks or stuff won't sell on Draenor. We'll see, we'll see. I'm not, that would probably be true for item level 200 and 230 stuff. But we're not quite there yet. We're just focusing on the basics. Testing in production. Yeah, 200, 230 gear. Yeah, probably. But I need to remember to not actually prospect all of this. Although we can always buy some more, I suppose. Let's get some Alethrium ore while we're here. Apparently we only need 18 Alethrium ore. For this basic stuff, now you'll see me just very casually just buying materials willy-nilly. Normally I don't recommend that. I recommend, you know, focus getting your materials as cheap as possible. But this really entry-level crafted gear is usually so profitable. But you don't sell it in huge quantities, so I don't feel the need to be quite so careful with what I buy. Phaedrum ore 16. Shrouded cloth 91. Sinvir ore 17. Solanum ore 17. We're not buying Umbriel, not happening. Another 500 lay strike. Right, let's try that on for size. We've not really got much more gold actually, so if this isn't we're less than 10k gold now. If this isn't enough to get us some basic crafts, we'll just chill here now. Took enchanting tailoring, so I've always had full priced vestiges. Ouch. Yeah, that hurts. That's an owie.
I'm out of range.
Kind of hesitant on combining professions just for vestiges now, since that profession combo might end up being terrible in the next expansion pack. Yeah, I mean it's for me at least, like the 200 and 230 gear, it's catch up gear. It's what I would call a mid-tier gold making setup. For me, legendary crafting is still one above that, so I would optimize my professions based on legendary crafting. Whereas with where legendary crafting is concerned, it's often best to combo them up with each other so that you can craft your Vestige of Origins at the best price. If you're not doing legendaries though and have no intention of ever doing legendaries, then yeah, sure, maybe throw alchemy on your next to your crafters, but for me it falls into the category of it's like min-maxing farming. I just don't think it's that worthwhile eventually. Oh, we need to make shadow ghast ingots. Ugh. Yuck. Okay. We need some materials as well. What profession has the best vestige prices? Basically anything but tailoring. Tailoring is always more expensive. The other three are about the same. There's usually not much difference between the other three. But yes, you want to pair up tailoring with jewel crafting, blacksmithing, or leatherworking. Because otherwise your vestige prices for tailoring are just gross. Lay strike settings, luminous flux, malleable wire. We need a bunch of stuff. Right. See, now it's telling me we need more lightless silk. Didn't we just buy a bunch of lightless silk? I swear we did. Right, we're going to need to switch our character to buy those. Because we need to buy them on a goblin. We need to buy them on a goblin. That goblin's going to need some more gold to buy them as well. Which we don't have. Oops. We're running ourselves dry. This is not what we're meant to do. I was meant to stop spending gold. Paired tailoring with leatherworking back in Cataclysm in order to craft the gem and the leatherworking bags from the Molten Front. Haven't changed since then. Damn. I think my my profession combos were set up from probably that sort of era as well. Not for that exact reason, but...
See anything you need?
I don't have enough money.
I don't have enough money. Oh dear. That's not a noise that you want to hear from your goblin.
Something for every occasion.
Damn. Now the problem is Trade School Master thinks we bought them, but we didn't. How do we tell Trade School Master we didn't actually buy them? Because now I don't know how many I need. God damn son of a... Can you Ouroboros portal for me, please? Dude, I'm a hunter. What are you chatting about? Can I give you an Ouroboros portal? I'm a hunter. Get out of it. Okay. That's a problem. $3.8 million in sales yesterday. Go on. Big boy numbers. Big boy numbers. GG. I didn't do anything close to that. I didn't do anything even remotely close to that. I don't even think I had 3.8 mil of stuff crafted yesterday, never mind to sell. Right, here we go. What do we still need? 681 lay strike settings and 96 malleable wire. 681 and 96. Cancel scan. Well, I mean, if you're willing to put the time in cancel scanning, then fair play. I'm out of coffee. Not good. I'm out of coffee, full stop now. I need to go to the store. $2 mil on main realm, 1.4 on off realm, and 200k on the newest one. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
See anything you need?
Now we need 96 malleable wire. Who sells the malleable wire? It's probably you, right?
My wares are second to none.
Malleable wire, there we go.
Take pride in
I should have made all of my characters goblins. Why did I make one a Tauren? Why did I... What part of my brain decided, right, let's make a Tauren? I should just make them all goblins and not even think about it. Sipping on my coffee. Yeah, I might need to go and get some food in a minute as well. I know we've not really been live all that long, but I need to I've got a headache and I can't work out why. So I need to fix that problem somehow. I was hoping caffeine would do the job, but not yet. Maybe some food will help. The wife is in the office today. She's not at home, so I have to fend for myself. She's also got her work's Christmas party today, so the likelihood is we will be ordering takeaway for dinner. I would take the advantage of the opportunity to be lazy. As I don't need to cook for both of us, I might as well just order takeaway for myself. Simple. Late stream? I mean, in theory, I could stream all day if I wanted to today. I do want to put some time and effort into some YouTube content, if I'm honest, because we're getting into December, and for no reason, for no specific reason, I need to make a regular YouTube schedule for December. It's not being lazy; it's supporting local businesses. It's a good way to look at it. Exactly true. Exactly true. Sales are restricted by material shortages. I need them farmers to go farm and those flippers to go do one too. Yeah, I'm really stuck for materials on my main realm. One Lego cancel scan decided I'm happy making 100k a day just posting once. Well, that's it. If you take 5 minutes out of your day just to relist auctions and then you log off and you still make 100k, that's the most. That's probably the most valuable 5 minutes of your day. You're never going to be able to repeat that sort of high profitability. So why not? We need to make shadow ghast ingots now. All right, sure. Oh, requires forge. That's a problem. Does Corthia have a forge? Is one of these things considered a forge? That's an anvil. No forge, though. That's a problem. That's a cooking pot. Okay. How do I fix this problem without going anywhere? I probably can't, can I? Is there such thing as a portable forge? I should know the answers to this, but I don't. Does the thermal anvil's an anvil, though? Does it also work as a forge?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
90 gold apiece. Being scamazed. Just be mechanome. I mean, that would be the other solution, I suppose. Aha! It does act as a forge. Lovely stuff. Glad I came across your stream. Recently got into goblineering. Got lucky, made my first 500k in the past few weeks. Good effort, man. Good effort. Well done. Hopefully you'll be able to start that snowballing. Turn that 500 into a mil. Turn that 1 mil into 2. 2 mil into 4. So that's how we plan to do it. Welcome in. What do I still need? 97 lightless silk. The gems I'm not going to worry about. I can just prospect to get those. 97 lightless silk. We can probably just about afford that. He says. Where's it gone? How many was it we needed? 97. Ooh. We can just. I need to not. I need to make sure I leave enough gold to to be able to post auctions. I think we're cutting it a bit fine, you know, with the old gold totals. Need mats, shadow gas ingots. What? Oh, now we need 19 oxane ore. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oxane ore 19. I see you're not following your own advice when spending gold. No, I'm not. I usually don't recommend anybody, you know, invest more than 10% in any given market. At the moment, I feel as if I'm investing 110%. But at least all this stuff is just, it's the basic, the foundation stuff. Like all of if any single one of these items sell, they sell for like 3 times their crafting cost. So it's fine. It's fine. And at this low level, I mean, I can spend an hour farming and make like 30k gold. So it's not too much of a biggie. Mantheus's Patreon profile helps me a lot too. Plug. Well, thank you for the shameless plug. I appreciate it. It's what I'm using right now. My Patreon profile is what I'm using on Draenor just to get up and running. Contains every single Shadowlands crafted item for every single profession. It also contains every single past expansion craft and material with operations and everything. It's pretty much install it and press go. Both crafting and it'll only craft things that are profitable. It'll only sell them at a profitable point. Nearly impossible to lose with. Quartzite crystals are spiking in price right now. 700 gold plus on most of my realms. Yeah, Quartzite crystals are the bottleneck for legendaries. So for as long as people still want to buy new legendaries, in preparation for patch 9.2. The limiting factor nowadays is just that. It is quite literally Quartzite crystals. There was me hoping I'd be able to use vestiges to skip ranks 2s and 3s. Yeah, in the latter part of patch 9.1, that was a viable option. Not just a viable option, it was a very smart option. It's proving at the moment with Quartzite crystal prices to be difficult to do though. You need Quartzite crystal prices to be below about 300 gold a piece for them to, you know, work as a catch-up mechanic. The whole Lego disc thing, I'm probably just going to remove it from the Patreon profile because it causes too many issues, and B, it's not what I would. It's not actually a very. It's not actually a very. It's not the right way of doing it, I think. Is what I'm trying to get across. I need to come up with a more creative way to do what it does without using a custom price source. Came back in March with around 500k, farmed up to 2 mil, started crafting and following Mantheus, now I'm multi-gold capped. If you want to get rich in WoW, this is the place to be. Well, there we go. There's a referral you can't beat. My plans to reroll Horde. Fresh start of sorts, hoping to work from scratch, working towards piles of gold. But yeah, I've been pretty much Alliance for life. Pretty much Alliance for life, but you know, the way the game works nowadays, you kind of feel inclined to be Horde. It's not essential, but you kind of feel as if you probably should be. I said something similar a bit ago, but you missed it. I don't think I did. I at least read it. I might not have said it out loud. But thanks. I appreciate it. I'm glad it works for people. That's kind of the main thing. I'm genuinely just glad it works. What do we on? Oh, apparently we need more luminous flux. God damn. I will get to that in a minute. Let's finish crafting these last few bits and pieces. The gear is what I'm mostly concerned about crafting. All of these weight stones and stuff I don't really care about. Dirty, dirty hordes. Well, sometimes you got to convert to the dark side. Right, there we go. I'm wondering, we're still not at the point where I'm flooded with gems. Meaning I might want to set... Nah, screw it. We won't get going with some of these. Actually, before we get crafting all of those, let's send off these recently crafted bits and pieces. No, because it's broken. Right. Let's now get all of these goodies on the auction house. Oh, and a bunch of expires as well. Okay. Loads of stuff to put on the auction house. Money, money, money. That's the plan.
I can't carry more.
Oh, you know we are not gonna... We're gonna run out of gold. We're going to run out of gold. 400 gold is not going to be enough to post all of this. Right, go. Which 2 professions would you go for if starting on a new realm? Herbalism and mining. I have a relatively proven way of getting up and running. Or should I say, I have a blueprint that I kind of follow. I don't follow it 100% all the time, but it kind of works quite well. I mean, you want to start off by just farming, because that's you need gold, right? Before you start doing any crafting, you need gold. So if you're starting fresh on a new realm, herbalism and mining, spend a few hours gathering materials and just sell them on the auction house. If you focus on current content materials, they'll sell nice and quickly as well. You probably get yourself up and running, get yourself a bit of gold. You can theoretically spend only a few hours doing farming at the moment, and you'll probably have, I don't know, 100k gold. Has somebody just gone and killed the auctioneer? Or am I hitting auction throttle? What's going on? No, he's still there. Why has this stopped working? Haha, it stopped working because I ran out of gold. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh my god, I'm having to send my bank character gold to be able to post auctions. That's gross. Yeah, start off with some farming, gather some materials, get yourself a little bit of gold. Then once you've got yourself a bit of gold, you can then work on some simple crafting, like what I'm doing now. Just one of anything that's profitable. 151 gear, craft up some crafter's marks, make some 87 gear, some 117 gears, 168 gear, any of the easy to acquire stuff. Craft one of anything that's, you know, theoretically profitable and just post it. You're not going to get mega rich off this, but it is going to replace that effort that you need to go out farming. That's the theory, at least, anyway. Obviously, you're spending time instead of farming. You're spending time crafting, so you're still, you know, you're still trading time. But this then means that you can log off and go do something else, and any sales you get on the auction house is, you know, a net positive. You're making more gold because of it. And eventually, once you've got enough gold, you can really attack crafting really heavily. But to start with, there's no substitute for just doing some herbing and mining. Or even skinning right now, to be honest. If you happen to have reasonable gear on one of your characters, you can pick up skinning. Or even if you don't have any gear, to be honest. If you're lucky and you go over to Corthia, one of the daily quests is to kill things. You can often just run around skinning people's corpses for outrageous gold at the moment, I'd imagine, actually. But yeah, gathering is a good way to start until you've got a little bit of gold, and then you can do some basic gear crafting like this. It's the way I do it, and it's proven to work quite well. Mining Saronite is worth more than any Shadowlands. The actual, yeah, Saronite probably sells for more, but you're equally not going to sell it quite as quickly. There's a trade-off there, right? You can, each single piece of Saronite ore is probably worth more than any single piece of Shadowlands ore. But the fact that you can sell Shadowlands ore like that, and you can probably farm up more of it than you can of Saronite in any given time. But no, Saronite even still is a good one, because the Saronite, you can either people will buy Saronite to actually turn it into titanium, because you can merge it all together, which is why it still sells well. And it goes into making the what do you call them? There's the mount, isn't it? I can't remember what it's called. But in the upcoming few weeks, I'm going to be starting to put together some what I call retro gold farms. So things like Saronite ore, we'll each video will spotlight a material of past times that's worthwhile picking up, how to do it. Yeah, I'm out of gold again. I know this is a bit ridiculous. I think I went a little bit too heavy on the crafting today. Let's send another 2,000 gold. This is horrendous. You should not have to do this. So much like what my old guild member did. You can, well, hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have sold a whole bunch of this, and we'll be back up to not only back up to the 50k that we started, but hopefully way surpass that. That's the plan. So. Right, there we go. Everything listed. In theory, if it was all to sell, it's 1.7 million gold. There are some things that are ludicrously priced that is just never going to sell. Why is a shade-bound helm at 168 being listed for like 50k? We need to rein these prices in a little bit, because these are ludicrous. $75,000 gold for 117 desolate leather helm. Yeah, I don't think so. Not quite sure why it's got that out of hand. Is this on Draenor? Yeah, this what we're playing right now is Draenor, yeah. What I should probably do actually as well is thinking about it. We've got a bunch of essences here somewhere, don't we? Let's send those over. Get those listed and sold as well. We don't need the essences right now, so we might as well try and quickly sell them. Whoa, especially at these prices. Send him 50k so he could post. He ended up sending me 100k back. Loan shark in action. Real. It's good effort. I applaud that. How to make gold in World of Warcraft. Give people money and tell them they have to pay you twice as much back. Winning. Instant win. Today will be the day I get the Skull Flame Shield. I wish you luck with that one. It's a good one if you can get it. Iconic shield, that one now. Oh, we've not done Shaping Fate on this dude. Okay. Let's grab some daily quests. 3 Gorthite crystals. Yes, please. There's 3,000 gold. Where's Zygor when I need him? Here he is.
Trust in the purpose.
Never said he had to pay me back. Hey, the best loan sharks don't.
Sacrifice without suffering.
The best loan sharks never say that you have to pay them back. You just know that if you don't pay them back, you lose your kneecaps.
From
It's more about what's not said than what is said. I know, I get it. I get it. If you want to play Mafia boss, that's fine. No judgment here. Look at the cheeky warlocks. Cheeky warlock portals all over the place, look. Let's see if this cow can climb a tree nicely. Here we go. Beautiful. That's how cows climb trees. What? If I've not done Shaping Fate on this dude, actually, that probably means I've also not killed the world bosses. And it probably also means we are behind on our renown here as well. By the looks of things, actually, clear Mauler's Outlook. This is a Skinner quest. What I mean by a Skinner quest is every man and their dog is out here killing these things, and if you're a Skinner, you run around and you win. It's just instant free loot. Said that earlier too. You're ahead of the game today, Crunchy. You're seeing things before I've even thought about them. Good effort. Good effort. I'm just that awesome. Modest as well. Pew pew. Everything's getting slapped. See, if you're a Skinner right now, you'd be making bank. Oh, people are popping off. Are you doing this for mission table? No, at the moment I'm trying to get tier 4 and honoured. Tier 4 and honoured so that we can get the Crafter's Mark 3 and Crafter's Mark of the Chain Dial. I've not entirely given up with the mission table. It just requires too much, like, this is going to sound weird, right? But the mission table is just too much like hard work. Eventually it pays off big time. But I'm also terrible at remembering to log into all of my characters to even send missions. So knowing full well that I won't even remember to send the missions out on each of the characters doesn't really give me much desire to go farming, you know, followers or anima or any of that jazz. So that's not to say the mission table isn't an absolute gold mine if you focus on it. I just know that I won't. so I'm not bothering. I'm going to skip the mission table madness and go straight to legendaries.
It's too far away.
And in turn, my item level is trash. So 187. Nothing but some self-found. Well, I started with a set of 200 gear. And anything that, you know, self-found on Korthia. How many more of these things do we need? Oh, one more. Or one more anima vessel. Hang on, that's the sound of dying. That's the sound of pew-pewed auctioneers. Have they changed this auctioneer? People come in and they pew-pew everything, but the auctioneer doesn't die anymore. Has he got some immunity buff or something as of recently? Because people are still PvPing out here, killing everything. They're killing, you know, the vendors, the bank dudes and whatever, but the auction house fella seems to be invincible at the moment. Is it just because war mode's off? Yeah, but like, I don't know. He used to just get squished. Now he doesn't seem to get squished anymore. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Auctioneers in Stormwind can die with war mode off. You see, this is what I thought. Oh, welcome in, by the way. How are we doing? This is what I thought. I thought the auctioneers could still get killed as well. He's immune to AoE? Oh, that might be why. Well, either way, I'm glad that people just leave him alone. Whoa, 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 what's going on here? Where did you come from? I don't think I really want to bother killing this dude. He keeps. How does this dude keep healing himself? He keeps healing himself. I'm out of here. See you later. In a bit. I'm messing about with that. Wasting my life on that thing. Ooh. Could do with doing a rift run. In fact, I don't think we need... we have all of 55 catalogued research. That's not going to get us very far, is it? Oh, cow trying to climb a tree again. Warlocks always putting their portals in places that, you know, mean you can't see the damn mushroom. Right, quick spin to grab some catalogued research points. We might be able to unlock Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle. This dude. See, they're dead again. If I'm honest, I should probably be putting more time and effort into, why did somebody bother to put a portal there? I should be putting more time and effort into getting the campaign done on some of my alts, actually, thinking about it. I don't know if we're going to need to have 9.1 campaign done on our crafting alts for 9.2. But I'm also aware that I have so many characters that craft legendaries now across so many different realms that if I find out I need to all of a sudden do the campaign on 7 alts, I'm going to cry. So I might start bashing them out. At least on my main realm, I should get it all done. 80 renown, campaign complete, just as a failsafe, really. Just to try and because look what happened in patch what was it? When we went into patch 9.1, people were running around like crazy people trying to grind renown in the last week and getting the campaign done and all sorts of stuff. Which I don't really want to be in that position again. Do you have any toons in Area 52? My NA account, yeah, I have Area 52 characters. Now there is technically an Area 52 in the EU, but it's not quite the same. Glittering chest of materials. How do we get that one then? Oh, that's the one that's over here. There's a lot of the yeah, it's this thing, look. There's a lot of the one-time only treasures I've not picked up. Whoa, that was closer than it needed to be. These are the one-time only treasures. I should do a lap and pick up all of those, to be honest. Have an alt in that realm, but don't have the gold to buy my Lego. Honestly, like a few hours of farming. Like farming is on most realms now in a good state. Honestly, I would imagine that 25-30k an hour is not out of the realms of possibility for farming at the moment. Which this far into an expansion is surprising. There seems to be a near enough severe shortage of leather on many realms right now. It goes to show, right, when the bots get turned off or the bots go do other things, that quite quickly, when left in the hands of, you know, regular players, materials start to suffer. But yeah, if you need short, quick cash, nothing beats getting a herba miner druid out and going and doing some farming. If you don't have the druid, pick up a sky golem. I presume by this point most people have got the sky golem mount. Does basically the same thing for herbs at least. Having a druid's a little bit more convenient, but yeah, from what I've seen, leather is in relatively short supply, almost globally. Shouldn't be doing this in tank spec really. I'm not really geared enough to go rep. I'll be too squishy as rep. I'll do more damage, but at the risk of dying. What's holding me back? I've still got a 68 trinket. That's the that's the problem. There's the problem right there. 68 trinket is not good news. Oh, bingo. How did Horde grab aggro on those when I've got consecration down. Outrageous behaviour. Holy's not too bad if you have talents. I've never really been a fan of Holy. I mean, sure, I know the Shockadin is a thing. I'd rather just go tank and just stand here and, you know, slowly grind things into the floor. It's fine. Beautiful. Well, there's the catalogue research we needed. Can we get there quickly? I'm sure we can get to the Screaming Shade quickly. Ah, I haven't got the toy on my hotbar. I can't remember what the toy is called. I've not got time to find it now. Oh, and consumption's up. Oh, everything's turned up. We'll kill consumption in a minute. Something whistle, yeah. Ah, loads of time, look. Loads of time. Especially if we just aggro it. Silver shard hide whistle. There we go. That's the one. While we're killing this thing, then toy box. I think I favorited it. Silver shard hide whistle. There we go. Put that down there. For when we need to get somewhere quick. Boom. Like consumption, for example. Zoom, zoom. Oh, he's still he's still eating. %36% shaping fate. 25% comes from world boss. We'll go kill the world boss in a minute on this dude, because if nothing else, we get renowned from it. We want to get the Shaping Fate done for our Death's Advanced reputation. Archivist Codex at tier 4 is, I think, done now. Yeah, we've got 900 catalogued research in our bags, yeah. So we're going to hit tier 4 now, meaning we can start making some 230 jewel crafting stuff, primarily. When, obviously, we when we have some gold to do it. We're a little bit waiting on stuff to sell right now. That's our main issue. We could, in theory, go do some farming. We could actually start looking at putting together some of these retro gold farm videos. I made a bit of a boo-boo. For those that were here in the last stream, when we brainstormed some materials that we could focus on, and I had it all nicely wrote down in a notepad. Yeah, I might have forgot to save that before closing my PC down. So I don't have that list anymore. I made a whoopsie. Just watch the VOD. Yeah, exactly. That's a possibility. Popo's up and Fleshwing's up. Let's go kill Fleshwing then. Arguably, I don't really need to be killing any of these now. I've got the Archivist's thing that I need, but, you know, might as well kill a rare. All adds to shaping fate. I got this mount the other day, actually, by the way. It's not really that impressive considering it's just a recolor, but at least it's one I can tick off the list. No longer shows on my all the things that I need to collect them out from there, which is one less thing. Oh, we should go, what's up here? We need to be mindful that we need to go help Popo out in a second. Let's go give Popo a hand. Right, we'll sit ourselves over here. What's going on over here? Have we sold anything? Sold some herbs, sold some Death Blossom. Not really what we expected to sell. I was hoping to sell some of the some of that gear that we crafted, but how many auctions we got now? 313 things listed. If you focus on just a few of the gear crafting professions, you can very quickly and easily get like 500 or so auctions. Which usually means that you'll sell like a fair few bits and pieces every day. That's the plan, at least. We're in no rush. That's the nice thing about expanding onto other realms. It's not like we really need the gold. It's just a side hustle, so we're not really in any rush. We're still making way more gold on other realms, but this is just a nice little side hustle. This is the thing, right? I'm really good at keeping up with side quests, even if there's not any fantastically engaging main content in WoW right now. There's we can keep the side quests going quite nicely. Oh well, that was an anticlimax. All right, let's go turn stuff in then. Let's go turn stuff in. That should get us tier 4 with the Codex dudes. We can see, we can do a bit of research maybe on 230 gear. We've not got the gold to be crafting anything at the moment, but we can at least do some research to see if it's going to be worthwhile. The likelihood is that unless you're, I would imagine the competition is really quite stiff on 200 and 230 gear. I don't expect it to be a massive seller for us, but we'll see how we do.
Confront your past, or be condemned by it.
Oh, 3 Corthite crystals though. I've just realised we can get those on the auction house.
My pleasure.
Might as well sell those off.
Wisdom and knowledge must be preserved.
Boom, tier 4.
The true
Now we get the goods. Now we get the goods. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Oh, there it is. Have we got? Yep, we've got enough. Crafter's Mark, the Chained Owl, a very powerful optional reagent that sets the required item level to 60 and the item level to 230. Boom! Lovely stuff. And go. Awesome sauce. Actually, thinking about it. Actually, where's our... We've got some of these Corthian armament things kicking about. Let's use that one. Gonna give us an upgrade. 200 shoulders. Not really an upgrade as of yet, but we will replace what we have. What I really need is a trinket. What's the cost on just buying a trinket?
Speak your piece.
Corthian accessories. They're 750 a piece. I can buy one ring or trinket. Well, if it's a trinket, we win. In fact, we can't lose on that one. Because even if it's a ring, we replace our quick oxine ring. If it's a trinket, all the better. Harmonic Crowd Breaker. Your damaging melee attacks have a chance to cause 2,506 physical damage to creatures in a cone up to 8 yards. Cool. Yoink. Oh, I'll take it. Oh, we had another Corthian armaments in our bags. I didn't even spot it. You going to be a good one? What are you, a chess piece? Well, you can replace our crafted gear. How are we doing, Belagar? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Oh, there we go. Our gear doesn't look quite so as tragic now. Our weapons are not great. Our weapons are not great, but... Get those Corthite crystals on the auction house. No point having them kicking about in our bags. We're not crafting legendaries yet. We might as well get them sold. $1,000 a piece. Oh my god, we've hit 4 figures. We've actually hit 4 figures on Corthite crystal price on Draenor. My days. This is like early days Corthia like prices again. This is mental. I mean, sure. I mean, I'll take it. These prices are wild.
Another for the collection. Whatever would I do without your aid?
Right, we're 78% on Shaping Fate, which is perfect, right? 78% means we go kill the world boss, and we're good. Beautiful, this is working out quite nicely. Let's trundle our way over to the world boss then. Nice, you can afford one. Yeah, I'm definitely not in the position to be doing legendaries right now. That is true to say.
We must destroy it.
We won't actually need to do much of anything on this character now. We got to bang out daily. We need to get from friendly to honored. Once we get this character to honored, we'll probably never log on to it again other than to do some crafting. So Shadowlands bonus objectives are faster complete now. I've not done any leveling since, or recently I should say. I've not done any leveling since 9.1.5. I have heard though that Shaping Fate is just ludicrously fast now. Normally leveling 50 through 60 farming was slow time, but that was quick. Yeah, the speed of leveling is just bonkers now. If you add heirlooms into the mix as well, so you don't have to care about gear, it's just, you just zerg to 60 real quick. But let's be honest, leveling from 50 to 60 never took that long in the first place. It was just annoyingly boring to do for the 12th time. You could bang it out in like 8 hours previously, but now it's like more than cut in half. With flying and, yeah, with flying on top of heirlooms, on top of, you know, super fast other ways, you know, it's just ridiculous. No, go away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. I'm trying to drop aggro, not gain it. There we go. What? Are you shitting me? Renown gains also too. Well, yeah, that's true. From what I've seen, people are dinging 60 with like 65 renown or something, which is a bit bonkers. There are some characters I'd like to get leveled up, but it's pretty low on my priority list of things to do, if I'm honest. And yeah, if I need another level 60, I just tend to just buy one. But I know that's not an option for most people. And I absolutely don't need any more level 60s. I've got way too many characters as it is. If anything, I need less level 60s. Might spend a good chunk of today going through this 50 to 60 on a few. Yeah, it's you can get it done in about 4 hours if you know what you're doing now. Probably like 5 hours if you don't know what you're doing. It's really quite quick. Pair it up with some gathering at the same time. Make some gold while you do it. Double win. Double win. Chances of getting gear on this dude? What do we think? What do we think? Have we got any 233 pieces? We don't. We've not got loot on this dude before. Not on this character at least, anyway. I think I went about 15 kills on this dude before I ever got a piece of gear off him. I swear he's rigged. Shard of Rev. Dude. Renown 52 though. Renown 52, and that should be Shaping Fate done as well. Beautiful. Do I have one of those cipher thingies to get back to where I need to go quickly? No, of course I don't. Because that would have been sensible. Okay, then I guess we run. Streamer luck. Well, you'd think that streamer luck could solve it, but it doesn't always. I've literally never got gear from him. Yeah, there was a point where I even questioned whether his loot table was correct. It's just like, when you kill it 15 times and don't get loot at all, ever, it's like, really? Why am I killing this world boss again? And then you remember, Renown, of course. Where's the streamer luck when you need it? I never get streamer luck. I'm the least lucky streamer in existence. I thought you were going for the Mog at the event for all the things. Even on all the things, I tend to ignore Mog. It's one of those things that, like, it's the lowest on my priority list for collecting stuff. Pets, mounts, toys get preference. Mog, I mean, if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, I don't care. I'm not gonna chase it. Oh, hang on, isn't it? There's a new world event though at the moment. Isn't it Pilgrim's Bounty at the moment? Where's the calendar thing gone? Oh yeah, Pilgrim's Bounty. It started on Tuesday. Why did nobody tell me? Oh dear God. Okay. Maybe we need to look at all the things for that at least, though. World events. I would probably be wise to go do some collecting because, you know, it only comes around once a year. Well reminded.
I remember you.
Hang on, let's heal up real quick. There we go. Renown 53. Lovely. And some gold. Some very needed gold. We're doing Shaping Fate for gold, boys and girls. 5 Gorthite crystals. There's 5 grand. Yoink. You can get a turkey Night Fae if you have one. Night Fae can run around as a turkey. Oh, it was like a soul shape, I guess, right? Is that what you mean? In fact, that's what you said. Yes, that's exactly what you mean. Okay. We might go and explore. We might go and explore.
Wisdom is both sword and shield.
Couple more days of dailies, and we should get Death's Advanced honored. If I was to really push, I could probably 4,000 anima. If I was to really push, we could probably
Welcome to the archive.
we could probably do things like the assault and min-max it a bit, but I just can't be arsed. I'll do a few days of dailies. It's not like I've got the gold to be crafting much at the moment anyway.
Is eternal.
We've got nearly 10,000 catalogued research though. Surely there's got to be some way for me to spend those constructively. If nothing else, maybe on just upgrading my gear a bit. I've bought this already, so I don't need it. I don't actually need the catalogue research for anything. Maybe we can. Although in theory, I don't even really need any more gear. After about 3 days of dailies, I'll probably never kill anything again. I will just leave it as it is. That's fine. No stress. No worries. Oh, what's this? Wisp of Memory. 75,000 experience to one of your companions. Right, there's a theory, right? This might be a good character to test this on, you know? I don't think I've unlocked any companions for this dude, right? If we go back to Ring of Fates, all right, let's go to the mission table. I'm thinking that if you can zerg one of your companions to 60 really quickly by using these Wisps of Memory. Now, I know they don't get you all the way, but you do pick up a few of these. Don't you pick up like 3 of these from the Renown path? Isn't there another one at some point? There's a second one at 67. There's a third one at 76. So what's that? 150, 225,000 experience you could put on a single character, a single follower. If you put 225,000 experience on a single character, a single follower, they're probably going to be like level 50 plus or something by that point. That in turn would also then push your troop levels to 50 like really quickly. Now if your troops are level 50, they can carry so hard. You almost want to, like, if you're gonna min-max the mission table, you almost want to get your character to Renown 80 first. Now I know that's no mean feat to just casually get to Renown 80, but you know what I mean. Like if you can get your troop level up super high, the first 75 goes to 38. The second goes to plus or minus 53. I don't think it's going to get you that far, because you need about 400,000 experience to hit 60, I think. If I remember right. Farm XP tokens on the other mission table alts and then send them to the new alt. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's got to be a cheeky way to get your troops to 60, or as close to 60, before you gather up all of your followers. That way, your troops just carry. Because, especially if you're Night Fae, when troops just carry anyway, you could get such a leg up by doing it that way, I reckon. And especially now that the XP tokens are bind on account if you do them for missions. There's got to be a cheeky way to there's a loophole in this system, I think. The fact that the troops can go up in level but they can't go down now, I think that's a loophole that could be exploited. See, if I put this on one of these dudes, see, that instantly put my troops at level 19 of just one of those. If I don't pick up any now, if I don't pick up any more troops, we'll be good. Even having the second one's a bit annoying though, because it takes an average. It was meant to take the median though. But I guess they've changed the way that the troops leveling works. Alright, sure. We'll investigate that a bit further at some point. Shaping Fate is done on this dude then. Archivist Codex is at tier 4. Let's explore what the possibility is on these then. How much is a crafter's mark of the chained isle on Jewel crafting? Jewel crafting's probably one of the cheapest. It's still 3,700 gold. For blacksmithing, $3,700 gold. Okay. What are the things going for? If we go armor, miscellaneous, ring, search, filter, 230. Oh, no, that's a level filter, isn't it? Wow, 3,400 gold. Look, they're literally Deadly Sinvir rings at 230 are less than the default cost. So, yeah, it probably is if you are not... That's crazy. That's crazy. I love that. I love that. If you're not an alchemist, you're fucked. That's genius. That's actually genius. That's funny. You know what's even more interesting is that maybe now I've told everybody to go buy Nightshade. That still doesn't even really work very well. Because even Nightshade's expensive now. The only reason that worked was because of Nightshade being cheap. That's funny. Where's my spreadsheet? I need to... So, we go... optional reagents 9-1. So what's an alchemy one? Death Blossom, Nightshade. Yeah, Death Blossom and Nightshade. So if you're, yeah, if your Nightshade was 10 gold, it's cheap. Now that Nightshade is 20 gold, it's not so cheap. I'd say Death Blossom is about 6. It's still 1,000 gold less, though. Even with more expensive Nightshade. Interesting. That's funny. Everybody should buy Nightshade. Everybody did, yeah. Oh yeah, thanks for ruining Nightshade. That's funny. Even with Nightshade doubling in price, it's still 1,000 gold cheaper than making them with the others. Maybe I need to tell everybody to buy Death Blossom as well. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Right, well I'm going to take a quick break for a couple of minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go grab myself a drink. Maybe put some of yesterday's curry in the microwave, we'll see. I'll be back with you, boys and girls, in 2 minutes. Occupy yourselves. I'll run a couple of minutes of ads just to keep the pre-rolls at bay. You're going to break my glyphs too? It's not my plan, but I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okie dokie. Theory, coming back to what we were looking at with the 230 stuff. In theory, if we can break if we can break the price of Nightshade a little bit more. Maybe that was my plan all along, boys and girls. Maybe Nightshade is not the stonks investment that I made it out to be. Maybe it was all a ruse. Just to make 230 gear profitable on my realm. Can you tell your chat that Legos are too cheap and that they should be bought up? That would help a lot, thanks. It's not my intention. What are you using Nightshade with? 230 gear? Well, Alchemy has the ability to make the Crafter's Mark IV. But Crafter's Mark, I need to change this name actually. It's Crafter's Mark. Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle. Is it Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle? Is that what it's called? Well, we're going to go with that. Because there is actually going to be a Crafter's Mark IV. But either way, yeah, Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle can be made by Alchemy, even though they don't particularly make gear like the other professions do. But what it results in is that to make one on an alchemist is about 1,000 gold less than it is to make it on any of the other professions. So if you want to make gold with jewel crafting and sell 230 gear, what people have basically done is they've fixed the price of the 230 gear to be less than what it costs even to make the Crafter's Mark on jewel crafting naturally. While still making like 800 to 1,000 gold profit, which is gross. Now, I don't have Alchemy and I have no intention of getting Alchemy, so on that basis it's a market that I won't be investigating too far. But if you because my ultimate goal is to craft legendaries, so the 230 gear was just a stepping stone for me to make a bit of gold. But if there's no gold to be made, then I'll step on a different stone, if that makes sense. Buy up on the cheap mats and just make trinkets. Well, maybe. It's very fast to do though. Death's Advance in the Archivists to 4 is like 3 to 4 days. Yeah. I mean, if you min-max Death's Advance, you can get it done pretty quickly. Archivists to 4, you can in theory do it in a day. So unlocking this in the first place is super quick and easy, which is why I didn't expect it to really be much of a money maker anyway. Nice spreadsheet. Is that in Patreon? No, my spreadsheet is free for everybody. My Shadowlands cheat sheet is linked in the Discord. There's not many other stepping stones I can see, to be honest. I guess intermediate products with 3 characters, since they can work in the background. Well, for what I will probably do is basic ass gear, bit of farming, and then I will focus on meta slots, I think, first. So if we look at like Let's make sure we spell it right. Grimvale Cape, 81,000 gold. There's mad profit in that. Like, stupid money to be made in that. Even ranking up these, I would imagine that you can make profit most of the way up this tree. The fact that Draenor only has 2 of these is a bit worrying. Shadowgast Ring. Oh god, this is filthy profitable. Stinky amounts of money to be made in jewel crafting. Absolutely stinky amounts of gold. Okay, when we get into legendaries, it will be jewel crafting. we will smash through jewel crafting like a machine. Rings vary from 60 to 90 within a few hours. I won't be looking at the top stuff. I won't be looking at these. I'm looking more so at the leveling of it. I mean, yeah, the fact that these have been pushed down to sub 50k right now, this is basically cost. But there's like 4 of them, so. The top end stuff I'm not bothered about at the moment for one very simple reason. Oh, hang on, that's not the reason. The one reason is I am not paying 1,000 gold a Corthite crystal. You can get bent. So I don't care about the top end stuff yet. And we're not, like, even thinking about this now is pointless. But this is why we play on multiple realms. We play on multiple realms, so when the going is good on one, we can cash in. And when it's not so good in the other, then, well, it doesn't matter because we're making gold somewhere else. It's fine. Right, let's, we've unlocked Crafter's Mark 4 on this dude now. We've done Shaping Fate on this dude. His Renown is 53. I mean, I could push his Renown, but I really don't care so much. Have I done Shaping Fate on the other character on this account? Probably. I can't remember. There's not a lot more I need to do on Draenor now, to be honest. Not a lot more I need to do on Draenor, because we've done a recraft. We're stocked up. Hang on. Tailoring, leatherworking, jewel crafting, blacksmithing. We need a bit of... Okay, there's some blacksmithing stuff that's apparently profitable. I'm not entirely sure how much I trust it. I'd want to look into it in more detail. Jewel crafting I don't care about. There's a lot of leatherworking stuff. Crafter's Mark the chain dial with leatherworking that would be profitable. I'm not quite sure how Trade School Masters worked that out though, because we haven't unlocked that yet on our leatherworker. So, don't know how you've worked that out, TSM, but sure. If anything, we probably need to do a bit of farming, to be honest. We probably need to bash out a bit of farming on Draenor to bring in some quick and easy liquid, because we're down to less than 10k, which is gross. We could double that in an hour. We could triple that in an hour. Let's maybe look at that. Let's maybe look at that for a minute. Dairy Lear is 58. We're closing in on 60 anyway. When we hit 60, we'll probably go farm a lithium or something. Farm leather so I can level Umberhide tonight when I get home. I don't have a skinner, so that's not going to happen, unfortunately. So for me, let's quiz worth it real quick to what's sensible to go out and get. No surprises to anybody. Sinvir ore seems to be top of the list. Sinvir ore followed by Oxane ore, and then surprise, surprise, Desolate leather. Even 17,000 gold an hour though. 18,000 gold an hour is pretty crazy. Because Sinvir is going to be... So, Revendreth appears to be the place to be. So we'd be looking at what? Sinvir ore. Sinvir ore's 20 gold a piece over here right now. It's not even 20 gold a piece. It's actually 26 gold a piece. That's somebody being cheeky. Sinvir ore, Widow Bloom, 24 gold a piece. And I guess then we should compare... Well, Nightshade we know is a bit bumped at the moment. Ley Strike still at 6. Where's the Lithium ore at 70? Yeah, actually on this realm, there's plenty of... I suppose that's not plenty, is it really? How many... Okay, you're still looking at less than 300 gold for heavy callous hide. What's callous hide saying? Where's callous hide on this list? 25 a piece. Yeah, tell everybody to go buy all the Nightshade, and then I'll go out and farm some Nightshade. It's cheeky. Cheeky, but I love it. But that is what we're doing. That is what we're doing. Right, let's head over to Revendreth then.
How may I serve?
I'll maybe do an hour's worth of farming, then I might then we'll see how we're doing. We're halfway through 58. We might be able to get 59, 60. And then that will be another level 60. I'm losing count of how many level 60s we've got now. Once we have enough gold to be able to recraft our basic crafting stuff, I'll probably just call it quits on farming though, to be honest. That's even when farming is profitable from a time investment perspective, I don't enjoy it, so we'll ignore that one. We're going to aggro a bunch of everything. Nice rich deposit to start off with. Let's throw up Loot Appraiser. Where's he gone? There we go. Let's rock and roll. Hang on. Let's change Loot Appraiser for a minute. I'm going to go market value, mainly on the basis that on a realm of this size, market value is actually not the worst price source to use. Because you can pretty much sell materials for 90% of their market value all day long. All day long. More level 60s for data for Azeroth. Well, yeah, and that, true. Once Draenor's all up and running, maybe we'll do a bit more collecting for a while. Hey, whoa, what's going on here? It is nice getting 2,500 experience for every piece of ore you pick up off the floor. Why have we only got 30 FPS all of a sudden? What's going on? Why have we only got 30 FPS? Is this one hogging up everything? It shouldn't be. Don't think my graphics card's very happy, you know. I don't think my graphics card's very happy at all. I might need to investigate after the stream. Three ore equals 1 quest completed. Imagine telling that to your younger self in vanilla. Man. The This is also one thing about the Season of Mastery that I was thinking about. That they've Season of Mastery has a 40% increase in XP from questing, right? Which is all good and well. But I don't think for a seasonal based thing that's enough. Like, I think it should have been like 140% minimum. Because it takes so goddamn long to level in vanilla. And rightly so, because leveling was meant to be part of, you know, leveling was the experience in vanilla. But and this is why I just don't understand Season of Mastery, because it seems to be counterintuitive. It goes against its own, you know, logic. Vanilla was about leveling, and it was the journey that you took to level. And so they've re-released it in a seasonal format that incentivizes you to go fast and to get to 60. Well, so instead of actually just giving you the ability to get to 60 actually quite fast, they just, instead of it taking 200 hours, it takes 150 hours. It's like, what's going on here? It doesn't really seem to have the right direction. And that's what I never understood. I didn't. Maybe I'm missing something. But it seems messy. Season of Mastery feels like they've tried to crowbar in, and basically they want you to play classic. They want you to play classic again because they've got nothing else for you to do. But they've crowbarred it in a really weird way. And actually, something I wanted to go through, there was an interview done the other day. Samadan highlighted this in the weekly economy report. I actually went and watched at least the part of the interview that appealed to me. And I think we'll react Andy to it on stream, actually, maybe once I've done this farming, because there was some very, very interesting viewpoints. What's his name? Brian Birmingham? Is it Bingham? Birmingham? Well, I can't remember his name. The classic developer had some very interesting viewpoints on bots and boosting. And what was more interesting to me than anything else was that when asked about botting, he almost instantly started talking about boosting. As if Blizzard internally have the mindset that they're basically the same thing, right? And then when quizzed later on in the interview, of which we will watch, then quizzed later on about how he felt about boosting, and he said it was a massively bad for the game. And this is coming from a classic World of Warcraft developer. And it was so funny to see some of the things that he said and the viewpoints that he possessed are so far away from the retail version of the game. It's unbelievable. Now I know what I'm saying probably doesn't make a lot of sense unless you've watched the interview, but we'll watch it in a little bit. But it was incredible for me to see just how a Blizzard dev, albeit for Classic, not for retail, but a dev for Classic was once upon a time a dev for retail. It was really interesting to see that when quizzed about botting, they instantly start talking about boosting, almost as if they consider it to be just as bad for the game. In terms of, like, he was asked about GDKP runs in Classic, and then had the opinion that he was very concerned about where people were getting the gold from to afford the items they were buying in GDKP runs. And, you know, was concerned that people were buying gold to be able to do that, and that it was bad for the game in general. Yet, in the same breath, you could say, right, well, you can buy a token to get the gold to buy a boost in retail. But apparently that's all hunky-dory, right? We're going to ignore that that's a thing because Blizzard makes money from it. It goes to show how much of the experience in the game is the devs want the game to be a certain way, but Activision as the publisher, you know, have their finger in the pie pretty deep, I think. Like, this this cannot be changed, or this has to be made in a way because it makes money. And it was incredible to see that, like, because of course we can speculate, and the player base between themselves can talk about boosting and talk about botting and whether it's good or bad for the game, but when an actual Blizzard dev comes out in a public interview and talks about boosting and botting in the same sentence, it paints quite a picture of what the actual Blizzard devs consider. Fuck's sake, pick up the goddamn ore. There we go. The gold from bots goes into GDKP runs as a way to wash the gold. The only reason that gold bids are in the thousands in vanilla is because of botting. It's well, this was the thing. This is what was said in that interview. It's like, well, he wonders where these players are getting thousands of gold from. Like, where are these players getting so much gold from to be able to afford these items in GDKP runs? And obviously one answer is, like, well, you do a GDKP run, and if you don't buy anything, then you make gold from it. But you arguably would probably have to do multiple runs where you don't buy anything to be able to afford to buy something. But that doesn't appear to be the case. So where's the gold coming from? Now, where's our route gone? I've gone way off the route. What harm does it do to you if that one person buys a boost? Well, it's one less person that's likely to assist in a pickup group. It's one less person that's going to be inclined to join a guild to help, you know, regular players play the game in the way it was intended. That mindset of, oh well, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't directly affect you, but it indirectly affects you massively. It's just most people don't realise how it affects them. Why would anybody try and join? Yeah, why would anybody try and join a heroic raiding guild when they can buy a token and just get a boost and get the gear that way? it boosting has a massive detrimental effect on the player base as a whole, and it's a downward spiral. The more people boost, the greater the boosting opportunities for players become, because the people offering the boosting get better at it, and in turn then more people boost, and eventually nobody plays the game properly because everybody boosts, and then the game's dead. I think I'll pull up the interview in a minute and we'll have a little look at it. I think it's it was a lot more interesting than I expected it to be. Let's park our dude up on here for a second, out of harm's way. Where's the... let's grab the interview real quick.
Tribute run.
Let's kill the tunes. So there's a point in here. Where is it? Now I don't know the
I wanted to discuss something that I would be absolutely, lambasted if I didn't bring up during this interview. And I'm sure you could see this one coming. And I wanted to talk about botting in World of Warcraft for a little bit.
So, right, we're talking about botting. That's the point. Right?
This is not an issue that is singular to World of Warcraft Classic. Bots are obviously pervasive throughout gaming and the industry and MMOs and everything. But
not just gaming. I mean, like technology.
Well, that's right.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, look at like captchas on websites and things like that. Your bank has a captcha to make sure that you're not a robot, because it's a huge like technology problem.
Absolutely.
Today.
And I'm glad you raised that, because that's kind of my first of a couple of questions here, is more at the macro level. Not to make horrible real world analogies here, but I'm not drawing a parallel, but I'm raising it for a reason. People talk about things like the war on drugs and everything. And the reason I'm raising that is you got the tagline of like, is it winnable? So if I were to ask you, bots versus the industry, or the bot war, is it winnable? And however you define winnable might be up to you.
It's absolutely not.
That's a challenge. I think, like, if we were to define winnable as like we finally made all the botters go away forever, I don't know if it is. Like, I would like it to be, but I feel like it's just going to be like it's a forever war, because technology is always building on both sides, and partly because it is a technology thing, and really like it's they have new tools as we get new tools, and so like we're always in this kind of like, again, like I kind of hate this analogy, but it's like an arms race, right? They have new things to try to really like evade our capture methods or hide themselves from us or exploit some loophole, and we then are trying to find new ways to detect them, or new ways to find out who they are, or new ways to stop them, or prevent some kind of exploit vector. And we really we're attacking this on so many different fronts, right? There's like detecting.
Right, listen to in a minute. We're talking about bots, right? We're talking about how is the war on bots winnable. Listen to the example he gives about how they're combating bots.
People at the account level, or like what their play pattern looks like, or changing the economic things. So like one of the things we did in Season of Mastery that we hope helps, and we're like waiting to see data on this, is we went right after like one of the things that their common exploit vectors is mages farming Maradon is really profitable. And we said, okay, well, let's attack that in two ways. We're going to make it harder to actually solo farm Maraudon with a mage casting Blizzard, right? So we made it so that the creatures will eventually get root immunity and slow immunity and a speed boost. And so if you're in there with a team, you'll probably never see that, right? Because you'll blow these things up with a group of 5 people who, you'll be tanking them and crowd controlling them with other spells and like.
So we started off by, how do we combat bots, and guess where we end up?
DPSing one down and then the other, and you'll just never see this mechanic. But if you go in there with your mage all alone and you try to pull the whole dungeon, you're not going to kill them all before they get all these buffs, and they're going to start ignoring your Blizzard and kill you. And so we went after it that way, and we also moved some of the loot drops from those to the bosses. So
we're not talking like, no disrespect to this dude, but we're not like this hasn't got anything to do with botting. In theory, that is, we see rogues running through dungeons, soloing dungeons, pickpocketing to make gold, and then it's then ultimately automated. But a mage running through a dungeon is not the botting. And what it becomes is a conversation about boosting.
We kind of like redistributed some of the way that you get some of that loot so that you are less incentivized to do the trash farms and more incentivized to actually clear the dungeon the way it was originally intended. So we went after it in that way. And then also a third approach on that was, one of the things that people were doing was they would do this for economic gain, like gold gain, and then also would invite people to their group to be power boosted through that, and then ask them to pay for like the privilege of just being in the group and sitting at the dungeon entrance while they were boosted. And so we also went after that, where we attacked the.
We went after. It literally says we went after boosting.
Amount of experience you gain when you're sitting in a group with someone who's a significantly different level than you. So we figured by taking this 3-pronged approach, and those were all like design attacks, right? Having nothing to do with what our like technological attacks are in terms of like detecting bots and banning them, right? This hopefully reduces the incentive, while we also have people going after them and trying to attack them on the, like, what is the cost? Where the cost is like, hey, my bot got banned, I have to make a new one.
So very quickly, when being asked about bots, he starts talking about a method in game which is considered boosting by all. I mean, he even used the word boosting himself. Like, this is my point, right? That this is a WoW classic dev, and he's talking about both botting and boosting literally in the same sentence, in the same paragraph, almost as if they consider it to be just as detrimental to the game as the people, actually fully automating stuff. It was incredible to see. And if this mindset is the same of devs for retail, then what the fuck are they doing allowing boosting being so prevalent in the game right now? It doesn't make any sense.
So if we can detect them and ban them and make them have to like spend more money on spinning up bots, and we also reduce the profit that they get from it, we hope that we can kind of invert that. But it's difficult. Like, it turns out like it's really cheap in terms of like hardware acquisition, in terms of like, virtual machines you can pay for today to spin up new bots. So we have to make it expensive in terms of like the effort that it takes for them to make a new one, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I've no doubt it's an incredibly difficult task. No doubt whatsoever. And I think it would be
he's better at dodging questions than
for me. Absolutely,
I don't think
Porgy guy.
The thing is I don't think he dodged the question. I don't think he actually dodged the question. I just think that he answered it using an example that we weren't expecting him to use as an example. And the reason that it was used as an example is because in his mind, that the boosting is just as detrimental to the way the game is experienced by everybody else as bots are in the first place. And it's that mindset that you should take away from this, I think. That an actual Blizzard dev considers boosting just as bad as bots. And he'll even use a boosting example to try and explain how they're combating bots. Almost as if they're the same thing.
For the efforts that you've taken to address that, like you said, in Season of Mastery. And it's fantastic that you've got this multi-pronged, what can now effectively be a passive attack, like you've described, on bots. So if in the secondary question here, if I can move you on more...
A passive attack by, making the rest of the game worse for everybody else. That's a real game developer thing to do. Like, for example, DRM in video games, right? Who has most problems with DRM in video games? You know, that always on requirement, must connect to a server to play. Who actually suffers by that? Every single person in the entire game. Just to combat the few that pirate the game in the first place. It's crazy. He's just one dev, though, out of thousands. Does this guy have the weight to change the philosophy of the game? What does Ian think about boosting is what we need to know. We know what Mike Ybarra thinks. Well, we know exactly what he thinks because he sells boosts himself. Him and his guild sell boosts. It's madness.
To the proactive approach that might come from the company in terms of attacking bots. Now, I know you can't go into details. I'm not going to ask you to divulge information on what do you use and what's the tech and all that stuff. That's all fine. Don't worry about that. But it was interesting seeing, really for the first time in a long time, if ever, you came out personally on Twitter and talked about this publicly with some people engaging with you. And it was just a shock just to actually see, holy crap, here's a developer, let alone the lead of Classic, actually openly discussing, the fact that bots are being fought. Now, that's great.
I don't know what this Twitter thread was, by the way.
I appreciate you think it's great. I felt a little bit like I got baited in that conversation. But...
No, look, obviously people are upset, and I understand why, but it's still great to come forth and get involved in the conversation. And like I said, if you can't give credit where credit is due in regards to what's been done passively with Season of Mastery, then why bother? What's it all for? Like, we have to applaud you where you guys earn it. But moving on.
I don't think credit is due there, though. to counteract bots in Classic, they're going to make it more difficult for mages to run dungeons arbitrarily because mages make a lot more gold by doing it and boost more effectively. That's not credit where credit's due. It's really not. That's not doing anything to combat bots in any way, shape, or form. I don't see that boosting in PvE will go away. In retail, it's not just one mage boosting like in Classic. It's a guild running with a few people in a raid. Even if they made that raid harder, they would just take more gold and less with them. No, I know it's a problem that can't necessarily easily go away, but they can certainly put restrictions in place to make it more difficult.
From that, I understand the chief criticism that players do still direct at you guys, where they go, look, that's all great, Brian, the passive things are wonderful. But when we talk about proactive approaches, when people do raise examples like, I don't understand why I can do a Who search and see 25 ungilded mages
this
in
bit's
Botanica.
Interesting. This bit, I think, is not only interesting, I also think it's bullshit. My bullshit radar went off the charts.
Back in Classic,
see if you
when
can
we
tell
saw the
where
65 ungilded rogues doing the BRD pickpocket farm, which is another one that you guys addressed, which is fantastic.
Right.
But when people can see that on a Who list and they can always see every day that they log in that something is going on and they're there for months and they report them and nothing happens, what can you tell those players about the proactive approaches that go towards botting?
Well, what I will say is it's hard from a player perspective to see what actually happened. Like, you give this example of, like, I see this bot, I report this bot, nothing happened. And I go back, like, and say to the people who are working on this, like, hey, they say they saw this bot and it came back and nothing happened. Like, what can you tell me about it? And they say, like, well, we did ban that bot. When you say it came back, like, why do you think it came back? Like, well, it has the same name. Well, we banned him, so that name became available. So then they made another bot and had the same name. So it
bullshit radar off the fucking charts. Literally off the scale. The bullshit, like, no, we know that's not a thing. We know that's not a thing. They don't get banned, perma-banned, and then be able to make the same character name again. No, that's bullshit off the charts.
It looks like the bot never got banned, but in practice what actually happened was, like, we're banning them thousands a day, like literally thousands a day. I double checked this number because I knew that it was likely to come up. Was like, if we look at the number of bots we're banning, it's thousands a day. So when we see that in comparison to, like, okay, well, I see 5 bots or 10 bots or even 15 or 20 bots, right? That means you guys are doing nothing. It's like, no, we really are. We're doing a ton. We are even banning the ones that you're reporting. It's just that they come back. And so we do the best we can. And we are always trying to do more things. The other thing I want to make sure I hasten to add is we don't think that the fact that we are, still seeing like 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 means we're done. Not by any means. It just means we are doing something. Like we're not seeing the thousands that we know would be there.
Why is it BS? Honest question. Why wouldn't the bot holders have a methodology and a name them the same, like Stabby1, Stabby2, Stabby, etc.? Well, for starters, you can look at the armory of these players in most cases, and you can see that one single character has been doing whatever it is they've been doing for the fucking ridiculous amounts of time. If they got banned and came back with the same name, then you'd expect their armory to reflect that. But it doesn't. More importantly, when you ban a character, that yes, the name, if a banned character, that name does go back into the player pool as an available name, but not instantly. I think that was just like a quick get out of jail free to try and put people's mind at ease. But my bullshit radar went off the scale when I heard that. There was this one guy openly selling gold in trade, and it took him a month to get removed. An actual month. How many people do you think reported it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And only on a perma-ban status would that name go back into the pool relatively quickly.
If we weren't doing anything. But are we doing more? Yes. And in fact, I've been in meetings where we talk about like, okay, what still can we do? And like I said, we can't get into, and you've acknowledged, like we can't get into like the exact details of what that is, but we do have teams of people who are working all the time on this specific problem. This is their whole job, is try to find and detect bots and find new ways to find and detect bots. And so they are not just resting on their laurels and saying like, great, we got 1,000 a day. We know that we are doing those 1,000 a day, and that we are also trying to find ways to get the ones that we're still missing.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, it sounds like, Brian, in that answer, I'm sure a part of you, I mean, you play the game, you know what it's like.
I do.
What else can we do? Log into the game and actually ban the bots. Yeah, it's crazy, right? How about you actually... And they talk in a minute about false positives. And of course, false positives are things that you want to try and, be careful of. You don't want to ban people like that aren't actually doing something wrong. But to the 500 rogues that are doing the pickpocket dungeon, like, on repeat... And yeah, just take a stroll over to Botanica. Like, literally, you can see them going in and out. Whisper one of them, talk to them. If they don't respond, guess what? They're a bot. Fucking not rocket science.
I'm sure a part of you, it's different because we don't know what it's like being you and what goes on behind.
Bounty hunters. We genuinely could do with bounty hunters in the game, right? Bounty hunters in the game that can, like, tag people as being bots. And, they get, like, I don't know, if you... I don't know how you could do this, but, like, literally you could have people that if you spot a bot and report a bot, and that bot gets banned, I don't know, you get a 24 hours free game time or something.
Behind doors in the classic team, but you do know what it's like being us. So could you, do you, what I'm asking is really, as a player, do you relate to the frustrations and do you understand why by our optics we feel like this is a weird situation?
Totally. I am like 100% frustrated by that. I mean, like, one of the reasons why we made some of the changes to boosting is because
he's talking about boosting again. Making changes to boosting.
I remember with Classic that, like, as people hit max level, there were fewer people running low level dungeons, and talking to people, they were like, well, yeah, it's because I just got a boost. And I was like, well, why did you do that? And they were like, well, it's so cheap. Like, I spent a couple gold and I sit in Mardon and I got a boost. And that's super frustrating as a player and as a developer to know that was happening. And that's why we did those kind of like design attacks on it as well, is to say like, okay, like, this notion of like no changes to the design is not going to work in terms of combating the ease of like profit from bots. So we have to do something there.
Literally talking about boosting and botting in the same sentence. Interchangeably.
And we want to see if it's effective. Hopefully it is, and then maybe we can roll it out to other places. Like maybe this is one of those things where like right now we're doing it in Season of Mastery. Does it make sense to apply these changes to Classic Era? It probably does. But
it makes a fuckload of reason to, put it in retail. I can tell you that much.
We want to test it here first to make sure. Because especially we want to be like hands off in the Classic Era. But like broadly to your question of like, do I understand the frustration? So much. Like I am incredibly frustrated by the presence of bots. The only thing that like I hesitate to say is like I don't understand the player frustration in the space of not knowing, right? Like that must be so much more frustrated, as you've alluded to. The idea to like see a bot out in the world and not know that there's a huge organization working really hard to combat that, and not know how many bots they've successfully banned, how much worse the problem would be without them, right? That I'm sure amplifies the frustration. And I don't have that experience because I know that I talk to these people. I see the glee in their eyes when they're like, oh, I found a new bot and I got 1,000 of them banned. I'm so excited. The people who are working hard on this are passionate about banning cheaters. Right. They hate the idea that there are people cheating in the game, and they love to ban them. And so I get to talk to these people at work and see how excited they are to be doing that work. And so like I think that's something that makes
because it is cat and mouse between the devs. People who they are actively trying to. But this is the funny thing. Bots, yeah, sure, you should be banning bots. There's nobody is telling you that you shouldn't be banning bots. But it's just so amusing how easily he switches between talking about bots and boosting in the same sentence. Perspective
on like when I see a bot, I just go, it's frustrating. Right. But I know someone's out to get it, and I feel confidence that they're working against that. And I know that that's something happening. I feel sympathy for people who are questioning us about that, because it feels to them like, I see a bot, I don't know what the status is. And like, that's a frustration that I don't know. Okay. I know the frustration of seeing one or being like frustrated. Like I see like, I remember in Classic,
okay, Brian, come on. You've spent 5 minutes telling us something you don't know.
Get, poison, like I'm trying to remember what it was now. I was trying to craft poison removal potions for Encourage, for we were going to do Viscous. Yeah. And so we were all getting out there and like collecting like large glands or something like that. I'm trying to remember now exactly what it was, like the scorpid glands. And so I hadn't quite figured out where a good farm spot was for me yet. And I was down in Shimmering Flats trying to find the scorpids down there that dropped this thing that you could use to craft the poison resistance potion. I'm frustrated myself now. I can't remember the name of this stupid gland.
The reason he can't remember the name of the stupid gland is because this is a made-up story, by the way. Just saying.
It's not a large sack, is it?
I'm not sure. But while I was down there, I saw a ton of leveling bots, right? And I was frustrated too. It was like, oh my gosh, I'm competing now for these scorpids with these leveling bots. And so I started reporting them with the in-game feature. And
wait, if I can jump in there, you start reporting them. Can't you put one phone call in? Bobby, what are you doing? Get rid of this guy.
Sure, it seems like that easy, but part of the reason why we have to do this thing is to avoid this. Is kind of where I'm going with the story is I saw a bunch of bots. Oh, so easy. Right click ban them, right? If only I just had this tool, I could just ban hammer them in client right now.
The hammer of God.
Yeah, except I realized after I was reporting 5 or 6 of them, one of the people I reported was clearly not a bot.
All right.
But it looked like a bot to me initially, right? The behavior looked so much like a bot. And then I was like, oh no, this is just a new player, right? Like they just don't know what they're doing. Like it was one of those things where like, oh, they're moving really mechanically and they move one mob at a time and they're like moving, they seem almost robotic in their movements. And then they seem like confused and the mob gets pulled away from them. And then I realized they would turn and look at me and kind of shuffle a little bit. I was like, oh, they're just new to the game. And I felt all of a sudden really bad. Like I had already reported them and they were just a new player. And so this is speaks to one of the other challenges is we have to try to find.
That is their get out of jail free story to explain why they don't ban bots quickly, because we're about to get onto false positives. So orchestrated this.
These bots and action these bots in a world where they sometimes look like they're bots to humans, but they are just new players, and we don't want to action someone who is not a bot, who might behave similarly to a bot at first impression because they are new to the game.
No, let me tell you how bots look. Bots look like they do the exact same thing with the exact same time intervals for the exact same on the exact same rotation 24 hours a day, a new player does not look like a bot. It's such bullshit. Oh god, it really frustrates me when they come up. Like, Ian is one of the worst for this, coming up with stories that are just not real, just to fit their motive. It's actually ridiculous.
And so we want to be really careful and make sure that we're double checking these actions. And we do have that's why we want experts who are really good at doing this, because they will do that extra level of verification, make sure that the people that they're going after really are bad actors.
Fair enough.
And that's one of the things that makes this frustrating and a difficult problem to work on is, like, we certainly hear that feedback if we do go a little bit too aggressive. When people say, like, no, I was at the keyboard, I was playing, this is just my normal farming route. Like, I enjoy doing this. Like, what did you ban me? And it's like, right. I'm so sorry, you weren't a bot. I apologize.
Okay.
That never happens, and let me tell you why that never happens, is because Blizzard never tells you why you got banned. So that's definitely a conversation that doesn't happen. Oh boy. Yeah, very political answer, this one. Absolutely very political answer.
I'm glad you've raised that, because again, you're all over it. You've kind of organically started to sway towards my next point.
Great.
Feed still
it does happen after 5 appeals.
I do apologize.
Yeah.
We might switch feed from the left to the right, Brian. Look, because you talk about false positives there, obviously, and I have no doubt how difficult it is on your end to want to avoid them. In a game where reports fly thick and fast, definitely needing to avoid false positives so that players who are playing the game correctly aren't wrongfully banned. I understand that, and why you guys...
Just like the bot of my server that was in Bastion, just spinning around all the time till a mob got in range and then would kill the mob and skin it. But yeah, it just like keyboard turning, holding the left arrow, just spinning round, just mashing a button. Yeah, clearly a false positive. Clearly hasn't been programmed into a basic Yeah. Oh dear. One-handed player. Yeah, we got to be careful we don't ban those one-handed players. Oh dear.
Would err on the side of caution so often in the name of avoiding false positives. Now, in saying that, I want to bring up gold buying, Brian, because it's something that, again, a player-related behavior, this is, not of your guys' creation, that has become so ridiculously pervasive in World of Warcraft Classic.
This bit's
to
really
me, I'm going to categorize it as something
let's not forget that Classic you can't actually buy gold, not officially. There's no token in Classic, so you don't have the choice to buy gold. This mentality is great to have. In a game where Blizzard don't have their finger in the pie, they don't have the ability to sell you the gold if you want it. In retail, they obviously do, which is probably why their opinions differ. But it's interesting to see how it's described in a minute.
It's just gone beyond a joke in terms of how much it's infiltrated the psyche of the player base. Now, we see things like, you might not know this about me, Brian. I'm a lawyer. I'm a criminal prosecutor, right? So I literally, I'm in court. There you go. I'm in court every day. I'm dealing with, sentences being handed down every day. And we talk about things like parity and, social justice and things like that the public would expect. I see things like, 3-day bans for gold buying get handed out, and then 6-month bans for other things. And obviously the lawyer in me gets curious, and that question of parity does come to the forefront of my mind. And I mean, I can see you smiling along, and so I'm not trying to be too cheeky, but I do ask, what is some of the thinking or the reasoning behind some of the gold buying bans, or what's your thoughts on gold buying in Classic in general?
I find it really frustrating because you're right. Like, it's one of those things where for a long time, it is technically against the terms of service to buy gold or to sell gold. And we primarily...
Unless we as Blizzard sell it to you.
...primarily go after the sellers. And we've been talking about that a lot lately. And I don't want to be the one to announce it, but we definitely were talking about, is this 3D ban for buying enough? And we kind of agree that it is too low. And so we're going to raise it. I'm not going to go into details here because I think that's still being discussed, but it's something we've been discussing very much recently. And so I would definitely encourage anybody who is thinking about buying gold in Season of Mastery, please don't. your suspension will be for longer than 3 days this time. I don't have an exact date to give, but yeah,
Whoa,
we are investigating that for, as you said, like it's not on par with the other things that we give people suspensions for, and it is.
So it's going to be a 4-day ban if you buy gold in Seasons of Mastery. 4-day ban, not 3-day, 4-day ban.
Cheating as well, and we have always considered it cheating. It's just a matter of like, I don't know. It felt less like they were the problem and more like they were, I don't know, a little bit of a victim in that if other people are doing it, you feel like you might have to do it to keep up.
Yeah, I see.
But at the same time, like it is absolutely against the terms of service, and we are going to take action on that.
4-day ban, and you get to keep the gold. Yeah,
fantastic. Brian, we'll go into sort of.
Now, you see, if you get a 4-day ban and you get to keep the gold, it doesn't matter if you've already spent that gold in a GDKP run. Fine, you get to keep the gear, it's fine. You've laundered it by that point, it's all right.
A byproduct of that conversation, because I think when you do talk about things like gold buying, they generally go hand in hand with another part of the meta, in air quotes, that the players have developed in terms of, buying services in game and things like GDKP runs. And,
sure.
You guys have taken the change hammer to the Diamol tribute run to try and, again, somewhat passively combat perhaps buying services in a game or buying items. It's also a conversation that
here we go.
Buckle in. Macro level
Seatbelt
really
on.
Was going through the World of Warcraft community a couple of months ago. And you don't have to go into details on this one. You don't have to touch it all. I'm just raising it sort of for context. Mike Ibarra, recently appointed Blizzard head, actually came out publicly and as a side note, just sort of talked about the fact that he sells dungeon runs. And sorry, I see you swallow, Brian. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you answer anything awkward. But just in terms of like, again, how pervasive service selling has become in the game and their relationship to gold buying. What's your attitude to things like GDKPs and buying services in games like Season of Mastery? Do you like it? Does it not bother you? How do you feel?
I'm kind of two minds. It's actually a topic I thought a lot about. But while Classic was going on, like I was in a guild. The guild knew that I worked at Blizzard. They knew who I was, and we were talking about it pretty actively. There were people like me and other people in the guild who felt really like the way that these gold or GDKP runs are going is, and for anybody who doesn't know, right, this is where like you bid on the items that drop with gold, and then at the end you distribute the gold that was bid to all the people who are participants. So if you didn't buy items, you generally earn gold. If you spent gold on an item, then you lost gold. And so of course the prices that were being charged for these were huge, and it certainly leads to some suspicion like, okay, well, where did you get all the money to afford this item you're bidding on? And the obvious kind of like, well, did you buy the gold? Kind of question came up, like, are these GDKPs just a way for people who bought gold to distribute it? And we certainly are suspicious of that. But, there's plenty of people who say, well, no, I mean, like, I got the gold by going on GDKPs.
They were huge because of the inflation, because of bots.
On the GDKP. And so it's like, okay, well then, yeah, but where did the other people who were in?
I do want to just, on that point, now I know that's a meme comment, but on that point, inflation in Classic and more importantly in TBC is wild. The inflation in TBC is actually ridiculous. So it's a problem even before you add bots to the system. But yes, when you've got thousands of accounts just printing gold, that definitely adds to the problem.
And that raid with you get theirs. So there's like a number of steps removed. So like it's hard to say like who was responsible and like is it too late to do anything about it. So my initial reaction was, this is horrible. This is just another source of gold buying, and I think the thing is awful. But then like I was kind of coming around to like it's technically within the terms of service. You are allowed to sell things for gold.
Technically,
it's not violating our terms of service to do that, and so maybe it's kind of okay. And I'll admit I've gone on some of those runs as well. Like at that point, like my guild put together GDKP runs of their own. And as far as I know, none of the people in my guild were actually buying gold to do that. We would just organize them. We would crush the raid content because we were doing it, without GDKPs before that. And then like,
if you had a Blizzard dev in your guild, would you tell them or make it publicly apparent that you were buying gold? Of course not. Nice political answer there, Brian. Well done.
Have people come along and spend money on it and then distribute it to us, and we would spend money back and distribute it to them, and it just became like another way to gear up alts for us. And honestly, it was kind of fun. And so like I said, I'm kind of two minds. To the extent that it encourages gold buying, I hate it.
What's the point? Would you know you had a Blizzard dev in your guild? He said earlier, he actively said that they knew who he was.
Right? I don't want real money transactions to be involved at all. But at the same time, like in terms of the actual gold economy for it, if it really was able to sustain itself without gold buying, and I honestly don't know if it could, it probably could, it's probably fine.
Boosting couldn't.
I'm torn. That's kind of what motivates me to say, like, I want to go after the gold buyers themselves. I feel like that's the place where we can clearly say this is something that is absolutely against the terms of service, and we know that it is. Whereas the exchange for gold for services in game is just part of the economy, and that's probably okay as long as you guys are doing it for gold that wasn't trading hands for real money, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Unless you're buying tokens.
So much now.
Don't
worry, Josh, if you're listening in, we've got Josh Allen sitting in the background like a chaperone. I know we've got 10 minutes left and our time is coming to an end, but we're doing really well. We're going straight according to plan, Brian, and you're doing so fantastically well. I can't thank you enough again for doing this.
Thank you. I hope Josh Allen thinks so too.
We can't see whether Josh is relaxed or sweating in the background, but yeah, I'm glad he's here.
I think it would work. The prices would be a lot lower. Well, that's definitely true. Boosting, like it at this point, when you look at the cost of, if you look at the cost of, I don't know, a mythic Sylvanas kill right now, somebody look at their trade chat real quickly. What's the price of a heroic Sylvanas kill right now? It's what, like 80k, something like that. 45k. Imagine what the price would be if people weren't able to, put their hand in their back pocket and pick it up. 100k for KT and Sylvanas. Mythic is 6 mil still. My server's so dead there isn't any boost spam. Oh god, you're one of the lucky ones. You're one of the lucky ones. Just imagine what value those would be though, if you couldn't just take your credit card out and buy a bunch of gold really quickly. If you actually had to go out and farm the gold that you needed to be able to pay for that. Mythic Sylvanas kill is just under gold cap. Yeah, it's madness. Gold. I mean, how much would even gold cap cost you even with tokens? Never mind to actually farm up the gold. And the fact that they offer that service in the first place, they offer that service. There's got to be enough people who are willing to pay that for them to charge that price, because people will charge as much as they can get away with, and just low enough so that they still maintain a good amount of customers for that service. I'm dual wielding credit cards, yeah. If they're charging nearly gold cap for a Mythic Sylvanas kill, that is because people are paying nearly 10 million gold. It's all based on supply and demand. The real whales in this game who will just buy whatever the hell they want with their credit card. People who buy Mythic Sylvanas, it's not people who use real money, it's hard goblins. There's not that many players on each realm that are able to make that amount of gold on a regular enough basis. There are at least 3 to 6 people who buy full mythic boosts each week. That's crazy. So that's 30 to 60 million gold a week from mythic boosts. There is no way that there is a steady flow of people who can generate that amount of gold without resorting to a credit card at some point. Now, obviously, if they're resorting to a credit card, then the gold that they acquire has to have come from the rest of the economy, because that's how the token works. It's not new gold that's being added. Let's remember that. But the economy still has to be able to support it with the amount of gold that's floating around in it. When you buy boosts, you don't have to pay all the gold on one realm. So sometimes I pay for boosts 4 mil. I pay it over 5 servers. Yeah, but you still need to have generated that quantity of gold in the first place. €410 for gold cap at the current price. There's people out there that will drop €500 on getting the best. €500 is nothing to some whales out there. It's easy to generate 10 mil on 5 servers. Alright, sure. If it was easy to generate 10 mil on 5 servers, why haven't more people done it? It's just...
Later. Why did you talk about GeoKPs?
Look, I've only got 2 more for you, and I think we'll squeeze them in these last little 10 minutes. But you raised something just there. Again, talking about services and things. It's not so much adjacent to that, but maybe in the same ballpark. You guys, like I said, you took the change hammer to the Diamol tribute run in Season of Mastery, and I found that really interesting. I wasn't sure. People were asking, are they going to mess with Diamol East? Are they going to mess with Diamol Tribute? What's going to go on? And again, as the head of the team...
I call it change scalpel with a hammer, right?
Okay, fair enough. Surgical precision. But look, I do wonder, because I'm really... glad to hear that you're doing all this stuff in the game, like running GDKPs and things, and getting the experience for yourself as a player before addressing them as a member of management as well. But when it comes to instance farming in the game, I wanted to get your attitude towards that, because it has become, I wouldn't call it a divide.
I mean, instance farming is fine. I don't think we need to go too much more into it. The main thing I wanted to highlight from this little snippet of the interview was that just how interchangeably the classic lead developer, how easily and interchangeably he compares botting to boosting. And if the lead classic developer has those opinions and sees it in that fashion, it blows my mind to think that other WoW devs don't also see it in that fashion. So those that work on retail and see just how aggressive and easy it is to acquire boosts to circumvent nearly every system in retail, and yet it's perfectly acceptable only because Blizzard are the ones that are selling you the gold in the first place. It's so crooked. It's so crooked, and that has to have come from the accountants at the top of the pyramid who are keeping the game at a profitable point. You can't touch this element of the game. You've got to tread carefully on this element of the game, because it's this element of the game that's making the money. It's common practice for any business that 80% of a business's revenue will come from 20% of their customers. Now, the 20% of Blizzard's customers are the ones that will frequently buy gold to buy boosts. And so that aspect of the game, and as far as retail is concerned, is almost untouchable. It's also a lower percentage who buy the top tier boosts. Yeah, I mean that concertina's in on itself as well. So out of the 20% of your customers who make 80% of your revenue, 20% of that 20% will be making 80% of that 20%, if that makes sense. So you only need a couple of people to be frequently buying hundreds of euros worth of tokens on a weekly/monthly basis. You don't need many of those players to keep the to keep the profitability there. Look at all the people that ended up buying the Longboy with IRL money and didn't do any goal making at all. Yeah, absolutely. There was many people that were quite openly saying that they were buying the Longboy with their credit card. Don't get how boosting works. Never paid for one. Do you just pay and sit at the start for them to kill, or do you play the mechanics too? It depends on what you're being boosted through. Especially in the raids at the higher difficulty levels, I would imagine that they actually ask for you to die. They ask for you to stand in the fire. They want you dead so that the mechanics can't target you, so that they're able to then actually do the fight properly and ensure that you ensure the success. But that's just at a higher tier raiding level. I mean, it probably works in different ways depending on who's doing it, but they're aiming for the outcome that is going to, you know, be more guaranteed victory. The Torghast you have to follow along since you can't change the floor otherwise. Blows my mind people get boosts in Torghast. It's like you can clear a layer 12 in Torghast quite genuinely with World Quest gear. I don't, that's one, like, it goes to show that people buy a boost for anything nowadays. People buy a boost for anything, and anybody will offer a service for anything at any level of the game. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, I just thought that was quite interesting. I just thought that the fact that, you know, an actual Blizzard developer is talking about both boosting and botting in literally the same paragraph, in the same sentence. Have you seen the boost for Archivist Codex Farm? I haven't, but it wouldn't surprise me. Especially now that you can run rifts and get crazy amounts. I'm sure that there will be people that will, you know, like 4 people, Mythic geared, can probably get you Archivist Codex like in a day. Wasn't monthly. Well, yeah, I was doing it from a community standing. I was taking 4 people along. Guided runs, yeah. It was pretty interesting to see that the viewpoints of a Blizzard dev, when there isn't a Blizzard authorized method of buying gold, is very interesting. 150k for a rift? 5 rifts, 675, 10 rifts, 1.25 million? Are those actual numbers? Please don't tell me those are actual numbers, that people will pay 150k for a rift. No. Please tell me you're BSing right now. That's ludicrous. Half a token for a single rift run that you can just look up in the group finder and get it anyway? Madness. Torghast layer 12 is 300k? What are these prices? I mean, I, as well as anybody else in this chat right now, understands how long it takes to generate 300,000 gold. You either had, in farming terms, 300,000 gold could potentially be 10 hours of farming. Roughly 10 hours of farming to pay for a token right now. And that's because the going is good on farming. It could be double that if you're not farming the right thing, or you're, you know. Yeah, throw them up in the Discord if you wish. I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. It's actually bonkers, because to make that quantity of gold in any given time, the value proposition to people, like, they could either go out and they could do farming for 10 hours to make 300,000 gold, and that's because the going is pretty good for farming right now. Or they could take 20 euros out of their back pocket. That's the value proposition they're presented with. Do I spend 10 hours of my time, or do I spend 20 euros? Now, if you have if by the time you've paid for your rent and your food and your mobile phone bill at the end of the month, if you have 300 to 500 euros spending money a month, which is not outside the realms of possibility for anybody that's somewhat sensible with their money, and doesn't have 12 kids and a wife and, 6 cars, that for somebody's hobby to drop 20 bucks on their hobby every week, a couple of times a month, nothing. Let's think about it from the perspective that if you go on a night out, I know people who can go on a night out and it's 40 bucks just for the taxi home. 2 tokens for your taxi home just if you go for a night out. That's once a month. So for somebody to be willing to spend 2 tokens on their hobby, no issues whatsoever. And that's the way that people look at it. Oh, here we go. Corthia Rift farming. Corthia Rift farming then. 1 rift 150k, 675 for 5 rifts, 1.25 million for 10 rifts. Each rift should provide between 3 to 9,000 catalogued research, depending on your reputation. Not anymore, it doesn't. Character requires level 60. Useful items will be Goblin Gliders and Silver Shardhide Whistle. We will help you get it. That's madness. Actually madness. Actually bonkers. The prices for these boosts, they look ridiculous, but like I said, it's based on supply and demand. Like if they the price in which people charge for these boosts is based upon how many of them they can do, how many of, and how much people are willing to pay. It's no different to selling anything else, If your price is too high, it doesn't sell. If your price is too low, you have more customers than you can deal with. So you find that happy medium.
The brokers have secured it.
Pretty wild. Pretty wild. I'll stick to making gold in the traditional way. Mainly because I don't have a spare 500 euros a month to spend on boosts. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't, but that's because I'm not rich. It's quite simple. I'm not a whale. Where's he gone? Oh, there's a bunch of things by it. Nah, we'll leave that one. I kind of feel that we've ended up talking about bots and boosting quite frequently on the channel actually at the moment. Seems to be a hot topic of conversation, or at least it's something that's obviously in the forefront of my mind. I don't know how easy it would be to achieve, but it would be very interesting to me to, I mean, for any of you guys that are, I mean, there are obviously a couple of you that are at least somewhat active in boosting communities anyway, whether you offering the boosts or you buy the boost in the first place. I'd be super interested if there was some way of finding out, right, well, there's what percentage of the people that buy boosts actually will openly admit that they got the gold for the boost by buying tokens. I mean, I would like to clarify, there's no shame in doing that. I'm just interested to find out what that sort of ratio is. Are half the people that buy boosts farming the gold themselves? Or I genuinely can't possibly imagine that there are that many people that pay these outrageous prices for boosts with gold. And the only reason I think that is purely because I have as good an understanding as anybody else, probably way more so of an understanding of just how long you'd have to be playing the game for in a gold making fashion to make that amount of gold. And I know that mathematically that just doesn't add up. By the amount of people I interact with on a daily basis who are actively seeking to be able to make more gold and are nowhere near in the realms of being able to splurge gold cap on a mythic Sylvanas kill anytime soon. That's the thing that makes me think that the amount of people that buy boosts with gold that they've naturally generated in the game is in the single digit percentages compared to those who just buy the gold with a token. Or there is a third outcome to this. There is a third possibility here that we've not really talked about, right? The third possibility of all of this is that boosters are the ones that are buying boosts. It's just a circle jerk of boosting. People are boosting to be able to make the gold to buy boosts themselves. And it's just a massive circle jerk of gold going between themselves. When I was boosting, 80% of the buyers were gearing up alts. So if it's not even their main character, I think your view is probably slightly biased because most of the people you interact with are looking to make gold. One of the first things you learn as a gold maker is not to spend it all at once because it's far easier to make it if you already have it. But that level of bias only goes to, solidify my viewpoint, right? That the people who are actively trying to make gold are not the people who are in the situation to be able to afford these boosts in the first place. What about all the people who are not actively trying to make gold who want to buy the boosts? Oh, well, they just buy it with a credit card. Because there's no way in this game to accidentally make millions of gold. You don't accidentally make millions of gold just casually playing the game. You only make millions of gold in this game by actively seeking it out. I'm in most boosting communities and friends with so many who are boosters or gold collectors. They say it's less than 5% who actually use real money. I also know many who used over 40 million this expansion. All are earning gold via in-game things, or they are boosters themselves. Let's say a person boosts in PvP, he'll sometimes end up buying PvE boosts. Just asked one of the advertisers for Nova, and she strongly feels that most people buy gold, either tokens or non-2S, rather than earn it. The maths doesn't add up for me that people earn it in game. The only way that they would, in my opinion, the only way that they could earn enough gold in game to pay these outrageous prices for the boosts is by offering boosts themselves. And the revenue that they make by offering boosts, they just funnel it back into boosts for themselves. So their net gain is zero, apart from, having a bit of gear and whatever. But to be able to offer the boosts, you kind of need the gear as well. It seems to be... I don't think... And this is why I say I don't think people who get rich off boosting are not the people offering the boost. It's the people that are organising the boosts that get rich off it. It's the same as... I hate to make this link, right? But it's a common one so that people will understand it. It's the whole don't get high on your own supply thing, right? like if you're making gold to afford the boosts, that's like snorting your own cocaine, right? Instead of selling it. The people who are organizing the boosts but don't feel the need to actively engage in them, they're the ones that are getting really rich off this. Slight aside, no new gold is being created in the process. Someone in the game earned that raw gold. Well, yes, that's true. I mean, that should be clarified. That the buying of gold with the token is just a transfer of wealth. But there is a huge amount of wealth in the game for the fact that the game has been around for 15 years, 17 years. And the balance of, like, inflation is real and has been real. It's not as real as it first looks in Shadowlands. But that's because the mega rich don't have a gold sink, which is the problem. If the mega rich had a gold sink, then the prices will look at the price of look at the price of trading card game mounts, for example. The reason the trading card game mounts are so ridiculously expensive now is because there are people out there with that much gold and nothing to spend it on. But they are few and far between. And this is probably why it's so easy to accidentally start talking about boosting at the same time as talking about bots, because one does kind of link to the other. The bots are the income, like the bots are the ones printing money. The bots farming mobs 24 hours a day are genuinely the ones that are printing the gold. Blizzard then has to actively do something to take that gold out of the game again. Everything in the middle doesn't really matter. Try looking up Magicus on Twitter, see how much gold here. Oh, I know Magicus. I mean, Magicus started off his gold making in a very simple fashion. You just bought and sold pets. And eventually ended up having bought and sold pets on enough realms, enough times, moved on to trading card game mounts, and he lends millions of gold to like raiding guilds and stuff and just takes a 20% return on it. But the point is he operates in a fashion that 99% of players can't even conceivably begin acting at. You know, he's a really good example of making your gold work for you. He's leveraged his gold for years on end. He's leveraged it in a fashion that every 10 million gold he makes, that 10 million gold will then make him 12 million gold. He'll lend gold cap to a raiding guild at the start of a tier, and then they'll repay him like 12 million gold back. Those aren't exact numbers, but it's the principle. But his leverage is that there are not that many people that can even offer that in the first place. How many people do you reckon a world first raiding guild can approach to just casually borrow gold cap off? It's probably not many people. Last I heard, Magicus doesn't make that much gold at the moment. Legendaries is too little profit for him. Yeah, I mean, his like I said, he's plateaued in terms of opportunity. Like the last time I think the last time he made stupid money was back end of BFA with corruption gear. But that's because he could buy a piece of gear for like 200,000 gold and sell it for 7 million. Because he knew what he was looking for. those opportunities aren't that available right now. And he probably makes most of his gold at the start of a new raid patch. Because like I said, he'll lend his gold to guilds that need a huge influx of gold very quickly. On the premise that they pay him back 20% return or whatever it is. And how do those raid guilds pay him back the gold? By selling boosts. He's so big, if you try and scam him, you're burnt forever. I mean, he is probably he's probably Warcraft's #1 loan shark at this point. We were joking about loan sharks earlier. Magicus probably is that. He's probably #1 loan shark in the game. He'll lend you 10 million gold on basically whatever realm you want it. Probably not a problem. But, you know, if you burn him, you're fucked. Nobody else will sort you out. But yeah, not many people know. Magicus used to have a YouTube channel. I mean, he probably does now, but he just uses it for promotional purposes. He used to have a YouTube channel where he would talk about the pets and stuff, pets and mounts and stuff that he was buying on different realms. But we're talking like 4 or 5 years ago. He was already flipping trading card game pets and mounts on multiple servers, and this was years ago. This was like back when, you know, 1 million gold was like stupid money. He removed all the videos off his YouTube channel though a few years ago, or he privated them at least. Right, I'm slowly but surely getting bored of farming. I ain't gonna lie. I can't do this for that long. my brain starts to melt the more I do farming. This is why I'm not good at this. Is why I stick to crafting. Following a stupid line on a map and then picking things up is drives me bananas. Why I don't envy people that try and do this like hours and hours a day. Does he have debt collectors? If people don't pay, they chop fingers. Well, you probably, if you don't, you know, you probably go on a blacklist. Let's put it that way. You're probably not going to get much luck. You're probably not going to find a guild. You're probably not going to be accepted to any boosts. Your gaming. Can you and the world first guilds, for example, are not going to piss off somebody like that, are they? That's the kind of person you want in your pocket. It can be relaxing to farm for a few minutes. I used to fish a lot whilst waiting for a raid. The amount of movies that I've watched whilst farming is way higher. Probably. I can pretty much only stomach doing any farming at all when I'm streaming. My conundrum is that I'm very aware that me running around farming is probably not the most engaging stream footage. But we do get into some weird and wonderful conversations at the same time, so I guess it works. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Who have I aggroed? I don't know. Let's just run away. Yeah, race to world first guilds. They're gonna need a loan next patch. So they know better than to do the dirty for no reason. Alright, there we go. I've now ran out of rested experience, I think. My XP went down. I think I've ran out of rested experience. We've run out of rested experience. It's time to, yeah, we have. We're doing 1300 experience now. We are 59 though. We are somewhat close to finally capping this dude entirely through farming. We've not killed a single. We've not done a single quest in a single zone. We've accidentally completed a couple of bonus objectives, but I mean that's about it. Right, send. Stream a luck. Some of that, some of that, some of that, some of that, some of that. Bingo. Let's get that listed on the auction house. Let's put this dude somewhere where he'll gain some rested experience. We can chase squirrels while you're farming. Yeah. I do get distracted by those squirrels. Let's see if any of our wares has sold. Come on, we want 1 million gold in this mailbox. It's not going to happen, but we could do with it. Nope. Oh, there we go. There we go. We'll take that. 35 over 43 Essence of Torment sold for like 20k. That'll do. That's the influx of cash we need. Right. Corthite crystals went from 1,000 to 800 again in like seconds. Sure. Also, we don't get too baited on price. Let's just list all this back up. Ironically, most of these materials we'll probably end up just buying back to recraft stuff, but we might as well sell it. Might as well get it sold. We sold both the Leystrite and the Sinvit ore, like literally the same second I posted it. God bless massive realms. God bless massive servers. 30k back to us to reinvest into some other stuff. We're getting there. We're getting there. Loads of stuff on the auction house. We're getting there. I think I'm going to leave it there though for now, boys and girls. I'm going to go get me some food. I'm getting pretty hungry. More importantly, I need to try and shake this headache that I can't seem to get rid of. Maybe sitting in front of 3 computer screens, 2 big spotlights and a camera is probably not helping a headache. But yeah, that UI color, I know it's gross. I can't help it though. I've got to give my TSMs different colors because I have multiple characters standing in the same spot on multiple accounts on multiple realms. I need some way to play spot the difference. Draenor is now this kind of gunky browny red color. Torn Mill I think is a green color, and Sylvanas is the original grey TSM. So make a weak auras with a static text. I probably could. And it means I've got to have weak auras on that character, which slows down load time. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Probably whatever. Big ass weak aura with a realm name. Yeah. Great minds think alike, right? I might. We'll see if I can get rid of this headache. I might stream again this evening. I've got really nothing else to be doing this evening. The wife is she's got her work's Christmas party tonight, so I don't expect to see her until the early hours of the morning. So we might, if I'm playing World of Warcraft, I might stream it as well anyway. So there's the source of your headache. No, I mean, it's the wife's out the house all day and all evening. The headache should be gone, technically speaking. But anyway, if I don't see you later, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll keep my fingers crossed for a PTR, we'll see. But have a good day, boys and girls. Enjoy your goal making. Don't work too hard. And I'll see you all in a bit. Peace.